I'd like to call the first meeting of the year of Grand Yellowhead Public School Division to order at 10:08. So it's meeting number 1. Please stand for the singing of our national anthem. I'd like to read our land acknowledgement. Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, tribal roots, and home for many Indigenous peoples. We also acknowledge Treaty 8 territory, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and from where they may be joining in today's meeting, located here in Edson. And announcements. Once again, hello everyone, and welcome back. Welcome to those of you who are streaming this morning. Welcome to those of you who are attending the board meeting in person with us here in the room this morning. So thank you for your interest in our board meeting. It's great to see you all. Public board meeting number 1. Beginning of the new school year. It's always an exciting time. I hope that everyone enjoyed a well-deserved summer break, and I suspect our families and students will continue to enjoy this beautiful summer until students return back to school on September 6th, which, interestingly, is also Read the Book Day, and September 8th is International Literacy Day, which aligns with our board's education plan's focus on literacy. And I encourage everyone to share their favorite book recommendation on our school's Facebook pages and celebrate the joy of reading. During today's board meeting, we will be hearing about next week's professional development event for all GYPSD staff, which is kickoff. For 5 years in a row, the Learning Services team has put together a fabulous day of learning that includes keynote addresses and a wide range of sessions to inspire and support the division's employees. On behalf of the board, I'd like to share our appreciation for the many GYPSD folks, both in front and behind the scenes, who are leaning in to support and lead their colleagues next week and support our board's second priority, which is teaching and leadership excellence. So let's get started. Are there any changes, trustees, to the agenda? Right, if not, someone approve the agenda. Trustee Fowler. Approval of the minutes from the organizational meeting of June 15th. And I have someone please approve those meeting minutes. Trustee O'Shannon. Okay, were there any errors, conditions? Seeing none, none, all in favor, trustees? Aye, carried, thank you. Regular public board meeting of June 15th. Can I have someone in that motion? Trustee Public, thank you. Any errors or omissions? All in favor, trustees? All right, carried. And business arising from the minutes, we didn't have any. We did that already. And there's no business arising, so delegations, I would like to, I know that Ms. Schnell from the ATA, I think, is screening, and perhaps Ms. Pomper, so welcome to the ATA local and the local residents. And we also have a presentation, a delegation here this morning that we're looking forward to hearing from Ryan Hall, Parkland High School, about the dual credit grant funding that is going to be shared with trustees. So welcome, Ryan. Oh, yes.
Board Chair, if I might.
Yes, thank you.
For the purpose of all the people who are present in the room today, Mr. Ryan Hall is the assistant principal at Parkland High School. He is a respected teacher and leader, and he is going to be sharing with us, and our colleague, and you might, Ms. Ashmeyer, you can speak from there, or you may even want to just roll over if you wish. Ms. Ashmeyer is our assistant superintendent in charge of learning services, which is all things around curriculum and assessment and student learning. And they have an exciting announcement and information to share, so I'm going to turn it over to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. Good morning, Board Chair, trustees, and Superintendent Lewis and the GYPSD team. Many of you may know me from past presentations as the assistant principal at Parkland Composite High School. And while being an AP there is certainly a privilege, today I'm here to talk to you as a welding educator, a role that is very near and dear to my heart, and a role that I'm proud of at Parkland. Many years ago, like many of my class, we entered the world of work in the oil and gas industry. And we could see that there was a problem ahead of us, and that was a lack of the skilled trades. And those folks who were in the skilled trades were retiring out. It was this need in our province and the desire to make a bit of a difference that led me to become an industrial arts teacher. At Parkland, our mechanics and welding lab is a small facility, but we have big dreams. Starting out with a single welder, a bench grinder, and a little rolling red toolbox, we've now grown into a fully functional, Alberta apprenticeship approved welding facility, along with a little bit of automotives and machining mixed in. Many of you toured our shop last spring with the Minister of Education when she announced the very grant we're talking about today. Shortly after that minister's visit, with the assistance of Kara Aschenmeyer, we applied for $85,000 in grant funding for the PCHS facility. We are very pleased that this grant was fully funded, and the project will continue our development, growth, and real hands-on learning opportunities for the students at Parkland. To do this, we're going to move beyond our previous versions of dual credit welding at the school. Some of you may know some students who took part in that program. And we're going to move to a model where we have in-house instruction, where students can take single credit courses, or they can take the entire program right through our school. These applicable skills will help meet the needs of industry, pipe trades and pipe welding, as well as structural welding. Some of you may be familiar with the Skywalk in Jasper, and that has some structural welders on site. PCHS students will now have access to the industry standard tools, instruction, and testing according to the Canadian Welding Bureau standards. In addition to those high demand skills, our program will continue to focus on soft skills of problem solving, critical thinking, through project-based learning. Once a level of industry proficiency is recognized through the CWB, students will be guided through the process of obtaining employment, networking with employers, opening a blue book, and developing lifelong learning skills. Careers of Next Generation, along with PCHS advisors, and instructors will support students in this program with guidance and assistance in placement and RAP opportunities and career-based practicums and internships. And today, you'll hear a little later, we have an example of such an internship with us, Keaton Morley, and our transportation department. In short, our facility continues to grow by grant funding, community support, or school investment, and our students will emerge better prepared and equipped to contribute to our community. Thank you.
Trustees, this is a great opportunity to ask questions. Ms. Ashmeyer, did you want to add anything further?
Yes, what I'd like to just share, when Ryan has shared with you the grant piece, Board of Trustees, this is considered an enhancement grant. So what that means is the high school that applies for this must be able to offer what is called a dual credit course. And Ryan, the word's slipping me, dual credit, but it's a specific type of dual credit.
Dual credit pathway.
It's called a dual credit pathways course. So Parkland has done this for a few years. So it isn't the direct credits that would go, the one that he mentioned, single credits, doesn't go to the Blue Book until they get to a certain point. And so I know that there may be questions, is Parkland the only school? They were the only school that actually qualified for the enhancement grant according to the granting rules. And that's because they are a type of credit that leads up to the credit official ones through the government. And part of that is, and this is why this enhancement grant is so great for Parkland moving forward, is it expands what Ryan is able to offer students. But we also know that to do dual credit, we need an accredited instructor with a red seal. And you're looking at a gentleman here who is very, very close to achieving his red seal in welding. And then Parkland will be able to offer the complete dual credit, this program, plus complete dual credit for those students down the road.
This is so exciting for the young people in our community. And as Grand Yellowhead is really 5 zones of the Lobstick, Edson, and Hinton, Jasper, and Grand Cache, it is a real opportunity for those students in and around the Edson and Lobstick area. We do have our elite program in Grand Cache, which is also offering some outstanding programming. And we're so excited. So trustees, if you have any questions, we really welcome them.
Trustee Loveland, or Trustee Kennett, sorry.
Congratulations, this is such exciting news for our division. My question is, when does this program begin?
So officially we will, I think we'll receive funding in October.
Yes, October 31st will be the funding transfer to Grand Yellowhead from the Alberta Education Systems branch.
And we will get students started in the direction right away. I have a few students who are already ready to start this, but really our official start will be in February.
Trustee Delisle.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess my question is, I love this programming. As you know, we went to school together. Ryan, we got our degree in the same thing. This program, just so you know, the one problem is the resiliency of the program. That is ensuring that we encourage other teachers or tradespeople to be able to teach in our schools. And so as you move forward, those types of things that you notice about your own journey to become a certified tradesperson, in terms of what could the division advocate for in terms of encouraging that resiliency of program? Because unfortunately, as we age out, and also industry changes, if we don't keep up with industry, we could be teaching things that are no longer relevant. And in carpentry and mechanics, that is especially apparent changes. So thank you very much for your efforts on this.
One of the things that we have had some success with, and I would encourage the continuance of looking forward, we do have a teacher at Parkland who came in as a journeyman carpenter and has gone through the bridging program to become a teacher in our facility. And so he's now teaching in our building construction at Parkland, and that's Mr. Gullison. So that would be one, in terms of advocacy, that having that bridging program available is valuable to our schools.
And Trustee Delisle and the rest of the board here, the other piece of advocacy really is some of the specifications of the dual credit granting program. So this is a one-time, from our understanding, this is a one-time enhancement grant. All other dual credit granting must be a completely new program in order to be eligible for dual credit pieces. A second part of advocacy that would be very helpful to the resiliency of these programs in our schools in a rural community is that we should not be required to have a journeyman certificated person 100% of the time doing the teaching. So if we could do a type of hybrid where they could do the teaching, 2 days a week or 1 day a week, and then be supervised by the industrial arts teacher, mechanics teacher, welding teacher, that would really make this a resilient program. Currently, we have to have a Red Seal journeyman on site doing the instruction 100% of the time. And that's very difficult to do, especially in a time where journeymen make a significant amount of money in their industry, not coming into the schools. And Ryan, maybe, I don't know if you'd like to speak to the challenges of having, and you have a great relationship with the welding industry in this town, but that's always been a challenge. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, there are several people in our community who would be very happy to be involved in the teaching in one form or another, and in the supervision of the shop time and those kind of things. But pulling them away from that job that pays their bills is difficult for them. And so being able to have that flexibility to even use different journeymen, or to be able to use, a journeyman just for the shop time, would definitely be a help for us.
Trustees, any other comments or questions? Trustee Fowler?
Trustee Delisle is probably a lot more knowledgeable than me. I don't know too much about this. However, I'm really interested. Regarding the start time in February, you were talking about as well completing your Red Seal in welding. Will that be in place before then, or how does that work out with your start dates?
So unfortunately, I won't be finished my journeyman at that point. However, we do have an individual who is currently my journeyman, who is willing to come in and participate in that teaching process. So we've secured that to make sure that we can continue with this for our students.
And Trustee Fowler, also, this is where the different type of dual credits come from, because these are a transition type credit. And so therefore what Ryan is offering does not require 100% of a Red Seal journey person to do the instruction. So it is different than the credits achieved by the elite students in Grand Cache, because their instructor is a Red Seal journeyman mechanic. So this is a wonderful transition type of credit which students have, which will gain them the knowledge to excel within their apprenticeship program.
And just when you're talking about like a hybrid model, maybe being able to use others, is there that you would like to be able to do eventually? Is there some way of advocating for that as a board, that we can do that?
Absolutely, and that would be some advocacy work with Alberta Education and the dual credit program. That would be a wonderful piece, because that is a bit of a holdback for our rural communities, whereas in the city of Edmonton, the city of Calgary, they have NAIT and SAIT right there, and they can actually take students to NAIT and SAIT for that 100% instruction, whereas we are a distance, and that is a significant barrier. But yet we have individuals like the instructor in Grand Cache and people like Ryan Hall who are doing this transition piece because of their passion and the need of our students.
Okay, thank you for that information, board chair, I guess, advocacy.
Trustees, put it on your advocacy list. Trustee Delisle?
I'd like to thank you for correcting the terminology. It's very important to be inclusive. It's certified tradesperson or journey person. And I guess the other question I have is so the dual credit that's basically the formal instruction bit, not the hours accumulation. Can you clarify that?
Yes, the dual credit component replaces or works into their theory component and the footwork side, not the hands-on out in the field. They still will require their 1,500 hours.
Any more questions or comments? Trustee Boblik?
Mine is just a comment. My son went through this, as you know, and I think what it does is it allows children to see what is out there and what they can do, right? And it gives them that confidence to move forward.
Thank you.
Superintendent Lewis?
Another important aspect and an exciting aspect is we want to keep our kids in our community. And they may have to go away to college and university, but we hope they come back. We know that we have many teachers that come back and are teaching for us in our schools. But as Trustee Boblik noted, her own son went through the program. He's living in our community, which is very exciting. And other of our students the same. And there's so much opportunity in the forestry, the oil and gas, and mining, and other industries within our zones, whereby our students can be contributing members of society. So this is super exciting for us.
Well, thank you, Ryan, for coming and presenting, and this is a great opportunity for some of the Parkland kids that are interested. And also, while we qualify, it takes someone to apply and do the work that goes into getting the grant. So thank you to you for doing that, and whoever helped you. So well done, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me today. It was a pleasure.
And on the side, I need a welder in Jasper because I live in Jasper, and last night I had 4 bears in my backyard, so I think I need to have a higher fence. Okay, moving on to action items. There are no old action items, so new 5.2.1. A letter to thanks to the Education Minister, Fuel Price Contingency Program reinstating. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees moves to direct administration send thank you letter to the Minister of Education for reinstating the Fuel Price Contingency Fund. And the governance indication for this is that as per Board Policy 2, roles of the Board, political advocacy, identifying issues, and communicating with elected provincial officials is a Board role. The Board values strong working relationships with elected officials in carrying out its stewardship for strong public education and its responsibility to ensure world-class educational experiences for students in GYPSD. Superintendent Lewis.
Thank you, Board Chair. And this board is to be commended for their advocacy. In the past year, you have spent time with the local MLAs, also with our county council, our town councils, and our minister, whom you hosted here. And then we spent 3 days, approximately 2.5 days with her, touring schools in each of our zones, having a chance to talk about matters that are important to the board that affect our students in our school division. And one of the ways you have been doing that, and this is for the benefit of the public as well, is by writing to the minister and speaking out and saying thank you when thank you is deserved, and also identifying things such as curriculum and other matters where you would like the minister to maybe reconsider an approach or to refine an approach. And so this letter is a nice letter because it's we have seen some changes in our fuel price contingency. So questions to me or any of my team? Thank you so much.
So trustees, we did write an advocacy letter to the minister and, as did other boards, and we reinstated that contingency fund, which basically is when diesel goes above 1.20, this contingency fund can be used. So, I think it's good to thank the ministry when they do something that we like. Any questions, comments? Okay, that the Board of Trustees moves to direct administration to send a thank you letter to the Minister of Education for reinstating the fuel price contingency fund. All in favor? Okay, that's passed. Oh, did I not have anyone make the motion? Okay, all right. Can I have someone make that motion? All in favor? Thank you, Vice Chair, for keeping me in line. 5.2.2, Board Self-Evaluation Goals. And for every year we have a board has a self-evaluation and we evaluate our superintendent. We had an external facilitator from ASPA, the School Boards Association, to facilitate those evaluations for us. This recommendation is that the board approve the 2022-23 board self-evaluation goals as developed at the facilitated workshop on June 24th, 2022. And that the board chair be authorized to monitor the priorities and suggestions agreed to and bring items forward for the board consideration as deemed appropriate. And I have someone make that motion. And the governance implication, as I mentioned, is that we have then fulfilled our responsibility to annually self-evaluate the board's effectiveness in meeting performance indicators and determining a positive path forward as outlined in Board Policy 2.6.2. Any comments or questions, trustees? All right, all in favor of the motion? Okay, that's carried. And 5.2.3, Superintendent's Evaluations Goals. Recommendation is that the board approve the Superintendent Evaluation Goals 2022-23 as developed during the evaluation workshop of June 24th, 2022. Someone make that motion? Trustee Fowler. All right. And the governance implication is, as per the Education Act, school boards select and delegate authority to superintendents to carry out the administration and operation of school divisions. Superintendents serve as the chief executive officer and the chief education officer, and must hold a teaching certificate, have experience as a school principal, hold a master's degree, as well as the superintendent leadership qualities standards certification. The board annually evaluates the superintendent as outlined in Board Policy 12, role of superintendent and competencies laid out in the SLP's S. Any comments, questions, trustees? All right, all in favor of this? Okay, thank you. Now moving on to 5.2.4, ASPA Community Engagement Award Submission. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves their nominations and submission to the Alberta School Boards Association and 2022 Community Engagement Award. Can I have someone move that recommendation? Trustee Fowler. All right, and the governance implication here is that community engagement is a board priority, and the board values the input of many diverse stakeholder voices that contribute to the success of the division. I'm turning this over to Superintendent Lewis.
Thank you, Board Chair, and I'm very excited about this. Grand Yellowhead Public School Division over the last 5 years has been nominated and acknowledged for much of their work. There are 61 school divisions, public school divisions in Alberta. And during the ASBA Public School Board Association meetings, we've been shortlisted for a number of awards. This past spring at the spring general meeting of the Public School Boards Association, our board won 2 awards, which we're very excited about. The first one was for the board's work with Crescent Valley School in Hinton around our school within a school, providing Indigenous education around language and culture, and our partnership with the Hinton Friendship Center. And we were very proud to receive that award, and it sits in the school in Crescent Valley. And I thank the trustees for the support of that program. We were very proud on that day to receive that award. We also received an award for communication, and Dr. Harding and her colleague, Ms. Nikki Jelks, our project manager, led and lead all of our communications for the board, and I was very proud. They do such exemplary work. They had over 80 good news stories last year. They've already started with good news stories this year. And so this is another step forward. The board loves stakeholder engagement. You have engaged in much stakeholder engagement over the past 5 years. And you're not afraid to step forward and make a suggestion, but then you go to the community to get their feedback. And there was a suggestion that maybe we needed to look at the reconfiguration of schools in Hinton. We went to the community, we engaged with them, and the community shared that that was not really how they wanted to proceed. And I have to admire the board for listening to their community and saying, great, it was an idea, we thought it might work, but on hearing your thoughts and your feedback, we're going to rescind that motion and move forward. This award is about the ability to engage with people, to listen, to share ideas, take feedback, and that's what good board leadership is about. And with that in mind, Dr. Harding's going to speak a little further.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. The award nomination submission is in front of the board. You'll notice that the award parameters are listed at the beginning, and so one of the tasks when we look at a good match for an award with an action is we look around the parameters to really be thoughtful and reflective. Is this good evidence? And what does that evidence look like? And so upon reflection of the board's work in the spring, this absolutely, not only in my opinion, met but exceeded the parameters of the award submission. So the submission has a checklist. You'll see that we've got the attachments all there for you. Board Chair, we require your signature once everything is, if we move forward, we need the board motion approved as well. We received a wonderful letter of support from a Hinton family that their children attend our school. We have that letter that we received just last week. And I'm happy to receive or attempt to address any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much, and being that this is my community, and also Trustee O'Shannon's community too. Over the summer, I've heard community members say thank you for what we're doing. And also I'd like to say thank you because as you stated in this application here, that this process could have taken 12 months, but we did it in 6 weeks. We had the input from our community stakeholders. And you know what, we didn't let them just sit there until, over summer and say, well, we'll make a decision in the fall. We made it when we had all the information, and that's when we made the information about the direction we are going. So again, I thank you very much. And I noticed in the award parameters, one of them, it says, the community had a tangible opportunity to participate in school board decision-making on a topic or issue. And again, thank you. And again, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that participated in sharing their opinions with us. Thank you.
Fadla?
Will we be, pardon me, will we be receiving a copy of the letters of support so that we can see them?
Absolutely, I thought they were in your package, but I will, at the lunch break, we have a copy and we'll get a photocopy and share it with you.
Any other comments, questions? Just to get it?
Some of it was answered with your verbal report. I just wanted to ask about the data suggested the participants agreed, but I think Trustee Caputo had shared that, you know, the community's expression of gratitude for that court decision was evidence, and so that was part of my question, was data. But we had seen the feedback from the surveys, so that was helpful. And I think just listening to the community is so important, and it was a successful community engagement. The most of all the different schools that we went to had the largest turnout, and I think it was because it was a topic that was of such concern for so many things. So, yeah, thank you, and great submission.
Superintendent Lewis?
Should be noted, and this is good for my team and the community to hear, that this board engages in stakeholder engagement every year in all 5 zones. They also walk through every single school, meet with the school principal who presents a report, and then they get the opportunity to look in classrooms and see some work going on. And the board will be beginning that work on September 15th. It's a lot of time and a lot of travel, but it's well worth it because our trustees, and this is not common to all school boards or all groups of trustees, but our trustees are clearly in our schools, not only for events, but to actually talk about student learning and the matters of budget and instructional focus. And so it just shows once again what a commitment you have to your roles. Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Trustee Fowler?
I just wanted to add there too that I really appreciated all the data and the feedback. Coming from a different community, you don't always understand everything regarding that particular community. And in order to make an informed decision, it was essential for us to receive all of that through the community engagement, through the data, through the research, through all the work that the team had done. And as I say, that's the result, the recommendation, we did not follow through with the recommendation. That was voted on, and so I thank you for all the work that you did.
Any other comments? Thank you, Dr. Hardy, for the work, and I really like the statement. This helps get the public back into education. All right, the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approves this nomination submission to the Alberta School Boards Association 2022 Community Engagement Award. All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. All right, this brings us to public comment period. You can comment on anything that's on the agenda. Anybody would like to make a comment? And if not, I will move on to my board chair report. And at 7.1.1, we did receive one of our advocacy letters that went to the minister. We did receive a letter back in the summer. And I wanted to speak particularly about the response to the Alberta School Councils Association. So that's the provincial parent organization in Alberta, Alberta School Councils Association, because basically they used to be funded by the government to the tune of almost $650,000, and then it was reduced, I think, to I forget what it was, 270 or something, and last year they got a $15,000 grant to do a survey with parents regarding COVID, and I understand they were tied this year and there's no money coming to them. So so we had written to the Minister of Education to say that we thought the provincial organization was beneficial for parents and to request to reinstate the funding. But what we to each school advisory council in the province. So that's how the money is being used now. As well, she has formed a parent advisory group of 40 people to advise her on parent information. So that was the response from the minister. So the original money going to the parent organization in the province. $500 goes out to, we have 17 school councils, so each of them receive $500. So that leads me into the second thing I was going to talk about, and that is the school council advocacy, because at the PSBA, so the Public School Boards Association meeting in August, we received a letter from the parent group asking for our assistance in going to our principals, because it's our principals who work with the school council chairs, if we isn't board, so that possibly the principals and their school councils would like to use their $500 to purchase workshops from ASPEC, because that is a role that they play. So they just asked if we would advocate on their behalf, their principals and our parents, to say that we need the $500 you could spend and help the province. That's what they do, the provincial organization. They have all kinds of workshops that will help parent advisory councils if they are interested in that. That's why I wanted to mention it today. And I think Superintendent Lewis will mention it to the principals as well when they get there. And I'm going to add, school visits. This is exciting because actually this board hasn't even been together for one full year yet. And last year we did attempt to get out to visit the schools, because we represent all the kids in our division, and our 5 communities are very different, and we've got 17 schools. So it's good to physically get out to the buildings and hear from the principals. So we're going to a busy schedule this fall to do that. So we will be going to all of the schools. The principals will give us a presentation about their school and their goals or whatever they want us to know. And we will visit some classrooms. So it's a good opportunity for us to get to know the schools in our division. So we appreciate the work that goes into that by the principals at this busy time of year. And we're looking forward to it. So that's our school visits. And I'm adding 7.1.4 to my board chair report because it just came up this week. I was invited to go to the CAT. There's an invitation from the Assiniboine Winnewac Nation to go up to their Stay in School Awards barbecue. So thank you to Vice Chair Kudo for going out to Grand Cache with me. There's an informal barbecue, and these Stay in School Awards are an opportunity to congratulate Indigenous students from Grand Cache who are working hard to stay in school, and from kindergarten up to grade 12. They received some incentives. And so it was an enjoyable day, so we appreciate doing that. And we took some words of welcome from Brandon. On to 8. That's the end of my report. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Board Chair, and once again, welcome to all the trustees for our first meeting back. And for educators, it's really the new year, not January now. I'd like to welcome our members who come to our public board meeting. It's always exciting to have some people join us, and so welcome. I do know Ernie, but I think that, and his wife, but I think I don't know everyone else. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like you to, if you're willing, share your name and starting here.
Shirley Paul.
Thank you.
Wayne Smith. Gary Smith. Pauline Smith. Leona Gardner.
Sharon Campbell.
Julie Vanderhook.
Thank you and welcome. So, board chair, as you know, there's always some shifts, and I also want to just introduce my team. This is the central leadership team, starting with our chief deputy superintendent, Mr. I do know your name. We work together a lot. Constantine Castrinos. Our assistant superintendent in charge of student learning, Ms. Kara Ashmeyer. Our projects manager, Ms. Nikki Gillis. Our chartered professional accountant and corporate secretary treasurer, Mr. Sean Nicholson. Supervisor in learning services, Mr. Adam Fregeman. And another supervisor in learning services is Jennifer Albrecht. Our director of inclusion, Ms. Erin Murphy. Now we have a new member to our team and we are very excited, and there's a picture and he's on the front page of our webpage. And this is Mr. Benoit Kandinga. Did I say your last name correctly? Yes. And we're very excited because he originally hails from Congo, which is very exciting, via the United States and now Canada. He holds 2 master's degrees. He's very well educated and he's going to be joining us. He and his wife have moved to Edson. We're really pleased about that. And he's going to be working side by side with Mr. Nicholson. So welcome, Benoit. And we have our manager in charge of human resources, and that is Ms. Orient. We have, no, I'm not going to miss you. We have our assistant superintendent in charge of transportation, communications, and board relations, Dr. Kelly Harding. And then we have our director in charge of facilities, Mr. Brian Orange, and our director in charge of transportation, Ms. Christine Van Dyke. So it's a nice opportunity to put a face to a name. This team works with me closely. They report to me, they share what's going on in their worlds, and then of course I share with you. Today you get to hear them, they're going to speak to you directly. I had a busy July, and in that time I was preparing agendas and reports for public board meetings. I attended the College of Alberta School Superintendent Summer Learning Institute, where I got my certification in education law. I have been working with all of my teams, transportation, facilities, quite a bit, and other teams, always working with the corporate secretary treasurer. That's a day-to-day thing regarding finance. We were working with our Jasper Park Lodge families around transportation. We'll hear more about that later in our report. And I have been preparing for the district leadership professional development sessions, which I lead with the senior team, and they will take place tomorrow. And then on Friday, I'll be meeting one-to-one with principals to address questions that they may have, particularly our new principals. Over the summer, I had the pleasure of having one-on-one coffee conversations and lunch with principals, where they get a chance to have a casual, relaxed conversation with me and ask me questions as they prepare for the new year. I also had the opportunity to meet with the Assistant Deputy Minister of First Nations, Métis and Inuit Education, and we're very proud because that's our own Lisa Higgerty from Hinton. And so very, very proud of her. I think Trustee Oshanik, you might be a little bit proud of her, as she's your daughter. I spent quite a bit of time this summer in July meeting with field services staff to address matters that come to them via the minister and or things that I have questions about in relation to government. Field services is being reorganized, and so we have a new field services manager that I have not yet met. And so I'll be looking forward to meeting with her and building a new relationship with her. Over the summer, we do projects such as reviewing administrative procedures. I don't do that all by myself. This big team does it because if it's matters regarding transportation, then Dr. Harding and her team would review and then bring it to me. If it's matters of human resource, then Ms. Oriot and Mr. Castrinos, and their team reviews, so on and so forth. So we've got a number on coming forward. And once they're finished, 490, of course, is being an itchy one. And we are going to make a few adjustments, but we want to engage the principals in that conversation for a second time tomorrow. And I think we will be able to loosen the admin procedure a little bit for times where parents are volunteering in a group scenario that does not include an overnight or changing their toilet tanks. So I think that will be well received by our communities and our principals. Other than that, I would say, remain relentlessly committed to the success of our students. And I remind everyone our board priorities are student learning, teacher and leader excellence, and stakeholder engagement. And as such, we commit to the success of our students and to the joys of learning. And we welcome back all of our stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. Trustees, any questions? All right, thank you, Superintendent Lewis. We're supposed to have a recess break, but we have a long agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just going to press forward. That's okay.
Would it be possible if we have a little break? I do have to go to the ladies, I apologize.
All right, we will take a 10-minute break.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to call us back to order at 11:13. And we will move on to administrative reports, starting with 9.1, the transportation report.
Thank you, Board Chair, and I'm going to move away from my seat so that my colleagues can give a fulsome report to you.
Recommendation that the Board of Trustees receive a comprehensive report on the Division's transportation services as information. And it is comprehensive, so thank you to all of you who contributed to this.
Thank you, Board Chair, and thank you, Board of Trustees. I am so pleased to have the opportunity to share with you the incredible work that my wonderful colleagues under the direction of Superintendent Lewis and with my full team, as you see here today. It takes a whole village to transport a child. It truly is, when I was invited by Superintendent Lewis to join this portfolio at this time last year, as some of you may recall, my joke at the time was, I better get a pony. Well, it was of course a joke. I have absolutely loved the last year. The last year has been a steep learning curve. It's been so complex, and everybody who has been, you see here today, has been part of supporting this team to provide the best, most efficient, most safe service that we possibly can. And so in such a very, very short time, Director Van Nat came and joined us it's like not even a year ago, so in December last year, right before Christmas break. My very important colleague, Ms. Gilks, who has the illustrious title of Special Projects, which just essentially means everything, joined me on this incredible journey. And so we presented this very fulsome report for the board. We provided connections as well to the superintendent's goals for 2023, the board's goals for 2023, and we are here to answer your questions, to absorb any feedback you have for us, and I'll leave it at that, and we're very excited to begin.
Okay. Do we have, I'll read the governance implication. That as per the Ed Act, all school boards are given the responsibility to provide students with access to educational opportunities in a safe, effective, and efficient transportation system. School jurisdictions in Alberta receive funding to transfer eligible students to their designated school as outlined in the Student Transportation Regulation. School boards set policy, and administration determine the daily operation of the service. So, I guess back to, do we introduce the guest?
I will invite Director Van Nat to introduce our lovely students.
Thank you, Dr. Harding, Board Chair, Trustees. Today we have our special guest, student Keaton Morley, who has worked with our shop over the summer. It's one of the items that we're really proud of, and Keaton just has a few things that he'd like to share about his time working here at Grand Yellowhead. Keaton, if you could start.
My name's Keaton, and I went to Parkland. Some of the things I did during the work experience was changing tires, helping with things in the bus, tire pressure on tires, testing tires. Some of the things I learned in shop were how to balance the tires. was a good experience for me because they're older and I'm a mechanic. My future plans are going to school.
Yeah, thank you so much, Keaton. It was a real pleasure to have him as his first job, work in our shop, and get a sense of what the job of a heavy-duty mechanic actually is like. And he got to sample a bunch of different things and wear the real coveralls and be under the bus, under the hoist, pulling tires off and doing a lot of mechanical things that I don't even know all about. It was a real pleasure to have him in the shop with his work experience, and we hope that will be able to help you in your future. It wasn't a good opportunity for you to decide what you want to do in your career ahead. Thank you so much, Keaton, for being here today to share with our board your experience and working with our team.
Yeah, Keaton graduated. He was part of the graduation class of Parkland. And I had the pleasure to meet Keaton when I attended the graduation ceremony. And again, it feels like 10 years ago, but it really was just a couple of months ago. And not only is Keaton the very first ever work experience student that we've had in the transportation bus shop, he is also, he doesn't know yet, famous and a model, a cover model. We were able this summer to capture an action shot of Keaton literally under the bus in his work experience, and he is going to be, he's the cover of our division calendar for this upcoming year. Just to show we are so passionate, as you heard Assistant Principal Hall speak, we're so passionate about ensuring that every single child who exits Grand Yellowhead Public Schools has opportunities, that they see themselves in a fulfilling, meaningful career where they can contribute to their own family's success and to the success of their communities. And career pathways, such as experience, what Keaton experienced, give those kids those tangible experiences, allow them to see them doing this work. And then as educators, we set up that pathway for them. So our hope is that Keaton was inspired with his experience and that his next steps involve heavy-duty mechanics, and that one day in the future, Keaton comes back with the resume and we are able to welcome him into the GYPSD family. So thank you.
So does Keaton want to stay for the whole report, or? And by the way, Keaton, I didn't have work experience when I was in school, and I still don't know how to change my tire. All right. Trustees, so we have the transportation services report before us, and it's fulsome. So are there any, you just want to ask questions, or are you going to make any talk about any of the questions? Dr. Hardy?
Thank you, Board Chair. I guess it's with a little bit of humility and pride, because I really had no idea of the complexity of this portfolio. When I say that it was a learning curve, I am not hyperbolating. It was huge. The work is complex. There are so many regulations. There's so much legislation, as should there be. We're talking about the safety of children. And I thought it would be so relevant for our board, our new board in particular, that this is what we accomplished in 1 year. We had a skilled, knowledgeable director come on board who helped us to understand the various obligations, restrictions, limitations, but also legislative pieces that underpin this very critical work. And it was with the support of, as I mentioned, the entire team that is here with us today, that we were able to accomplish this much in one school year. In talking to, I was also at the CAFS Learning Conference over the summer, in sharing this work with my colleagues in other divisions who hold this portfolio. When I talked about what we were able to accomplish this school year, they thought I was maybe enjoying the libations a little bit too much, and perhaps I was getting a little creative in my storytelling. The facts are the facts. We accomplished all of this. And it was because of this team. And it was because of your support and your direction and the support of Superintendent Lewis that we were able to accomplish this. So when I look at this list of things that we've done, we're addressing a policy around an attendance area that should have been completed, or that had not been completed from 5 years ago. Updating policy, updating software, hardware, fleet maintenance, evergreening, purchasing new vehicles, looking at the professional development our drivers receive, looking at the processes that we register children, looking at the timing, the deadlines, the fee collections, ensuring that we are operating efficiently, that we're good stewards of the finances that we are allocated from the province to run a transportation service. And then also appropriately celebrating this board's decision, because it is this board's choice, to offer unfunded services and to look at how we offer school of choice, how we offer delivery of children to different addresses, how we offer uneligible service, and to do all of that, again, safely and within the funding that we're provided, and looking at the fees that this board requests and how this board subsidizes those unfunded services, and to do it in a way that is supportive of the community and at the same time reflects this board's and this team's commitment to being good stewards of the public purse. So this list that you've got in front of you, it's almost 2 full pages.
Thank you. Trustees, questions? Trustee Delight.
I'm so glad that we have an in-house adult certified trainer now too, if I read correctly. I again will ask, I think this is wonderful, not just for this organization, but the community. And I'm just curious, would it be at all possible to, on a cost recovery basis or whatever, to be able to train other drivers locally? Because I know it is a barrier to becoming a professional driver basically anywhere west of Spruce Road. From Grand Cache. Getting a driver's license is impossible. You have to go almost 200 kilometers just to get a class 5. I'm just curious if that's at all possible.
I'll invite Director Van Eck to speak to the driver's school part.
Our driver's school is just allowed to train our own employees. So anybody who's going to be a potential bus driver, we're allowed to train them.
Okay, that was a question I had as well. And the trustees,
Okay, one of my questions here, I realize, and of course highlighted it out here, and we've spoken about it, the transportation grant has been frozen since 2019. I'm also aware, and we've talked about it at Alberta School Boards Association, of the government's task force. They're supposed to be coming out with their findings in the fall. Has there been any communication with you, or have been any talk about it coming out, or what would be coming out of that? I just wondered what an update was on the task force.
Thank you. As I think, again, kudos again to Director Van Eck, who sits on the Student Transportation Association of Alberta, which is the provincial educational partner organization. So at this time, when Minister LaGrange was actually, she did come and speak, I believe it was at ASPA. One of the questions that was put forward to her at the time was, where is this report? We know that we expected it at this time last year. There was supposed to be forthcoming at that time some statement of what the province was going to do around the transportation question. And at this time, there is no report, and it will be one of our, and if we're looking for advocacy support as well, to look at where the data from the task force work, what they found out, what they've discovered, and where they're at. I believe that the return of the fuel contingency fund is probably part of that work, but there is no such report at this time, Trustee Fowler.
I wonder if that's something too that we should be advocating for, speed this up, let's see what's happening, because it has so many implications of what we do.
Put that on our list.
Yeah, put it on the list, Dale.
Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. I have a few questions in regards to it states that on page 30, review comprehensive tenders with the Director of Technology Services and Secretary Treasurer for the installation of new camera systems. How is that going?
The camera systems are going to be finished being installed on our route buses this week, as well as the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi just started the installations yesterday. There was a bit of a supply chain issue that caused some delays, and yesterday they weren't able to do some work in the torrential downpour, but they expect to be done next week on the Wi-Fi, and the cameras should be done this week.
Another question is in regards to public relations, and that would be about when the lights are flashing, you stop. What are we doing in regards to that? Making our public aware, school is back in, we see those red lights flashing, we see the stop sign, you stop. Are we doing any campaigning about that, or just making our public still aware of it? You stop, when that red is flashing.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo, for that wonderful question. Yes, when our students are back in school on September 6th, Ms. Dilks and I have discussed making sure that we put a Facebook reminder out on the division Facebook. We'll also be reminding principals that they can repost, so that Facebook banner is shared out on all the schools' Facebook pages as well. And we can certainly at DLT tomorrow, Superintendent Lewis will certainly remind principals in their first memo out to parents to be mindful that our children are back out, and especially the little ones who don't yet know about the stop and look out plays, or they're excited to see their friends. We'll make sure that there is a comprehensive reminder that we can provide there through our social media and through our principals' memos. Thank you.
Okay. I do have more questions.
Trustee Pettit.
In this report, it does mention on page 29 that the division supported its contracted bus drivers with insurance funds. I know that we helped supplement some of that rising insurance costs, and I was wondering, is this a continuous support, or is this just for 2021, 2022? Doesn't have a date.
Thank you, Trustee. So last year we provided the support, and we're looking at doing that again this year. Over the break, I was on vacation, but we did get a memo that should be going out shortly that hasn't already. That the rates are looking better for next year, about a 30% decrease in insurance rates. We also supported by getting cameras on the buses to help, bring down rates and things like that, because obviously that's a risk mitigation strategy, and it helps them obviously with insurance costs and things like that. But yeah, we will be looking at it.
Sorry, speaking of cameras, that helps reduce insurances for the division across the board. Did we pay for the cameras for the contract buses as well? Okay, wonderful. So that should help reduce some of the costs. And the difference that we gave last year, would it be similar to what we would be giving this year?
Yes, it will be somewhat similar. We usually just compare what the increase was year over year, and then we'll address that. We were looking at, if we could do something now to support for next year as well too. We'll look into that.
Board questions? Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. The format of the registration has changed, and that's a good thing, because now you're having to register sooner than later. Instead of registering here at the end of this month, you now have to register in June. Are you finding that a lot of registrars, they followed that, they enjoyed it, or that they were happy with that?
We found that the new registration process was definitely a success. Especially for anybody who was on an unfunded service. They knew that if they did pay by the due date, that we would ensure that their child had a seat on the bus. And having all those registrations by the due date at the end of June, then we were able to plan throughout the summer and optimize and design our routes efficiently so that we can accommodate all those students. And there are registrations coming in for new students, and we took into account that, and we're processing those a few every day, but it was a real success to get that done in advance.
If I may add one point to Director Bennett's comment about the success of the registration. One of the unintended benefits that we discovered in doing so was part of the registration for the transportation piece was a really good reminder for our longstanding families to register their students for school. And I'd like to thank our Chief Deputy Superintendent and Ms. Gilks. One of the things with our Jasper parents is, because there's never been transportation, is they went up and offered support to families who never done the registration before and hadn't done the school registration either. And one of the challenges for principals when families don't register for September is they can't really always know or anticipate class sizes, or if they should move a group, if they've got more grade 5s than the last year, maybe you need to move to grade 5 classrooms, and things like that really unintentionally helped other things happen. That was really great.
More questions? Trustee Delisle?
Thank you. My question is regarding the Jasper transportation model, and basically two bits to it. One is the estimated cost for the pilot, and the second is what are the criteria being used to establish at the end of the pilot if it will continue or not?
Well, I definitely will turn any questions of funds and speculation of funds to my compatriots here, but I will tell you that what we are looking at obviously is we're here to serve. We want everybody to have success, to have a safe and efficient transportation to school. Historically, Jasper has never had a bus. There are no students who live within the Jasper Township who qualify. And so this is a pilot, and we're going to see, we're going to take lots of data, we're going to survey the parents, we're going to survey the staff, the teachers, because there are, of course, some different things that are going to have to happen in terms of supervision. But we will look at feedback from our constituents and stakeholders, and Superintendent Lewis will add.
So I'll give you a little bit of background. As you know, we met with some family members in Jasper in the spring, but not all of the families from JPL came to that meeting, only 3 families. Board Chair and I had quite a comprehensive conversation about the fact that she knows her community well, that she felt that perhaps the whole story had not yet come forward from all of the parents. And it had been suggested by one of the people at the meeting that perhaps it would be better for those families if GYPSD administration came out and spoke to people. We did have to do a registration piece with them anyway because they haven't done that before. And so the deputy and Ms. Jilks went up, booked meetings with each parent to walk them through the registration process and also asked them to give feedback. Board Chair, you were very accurate in that families said, yeah, they could do the parent provided, but they would like a bus. So I had some conversations with transportation and the Secretary Treasurer. We have some spare buses. I asked Director Van Neck if she'd be willing to place a spare bus up in Jasper. We do have the high school parking lot, so there is a location. And in my conversations with you, I'm of the understanding there's quite a few drivers in Jasper. We have already put advertisements, I believe, in the newspaper in Jasper and out for a driver. And we thought, well, rather than committing to a new bus, committing to, we'll do it as a pilot, we'll run it in 4 months at Trustee Delisle, we'll survey the parents to get feedback. We'll also speak to the principals. I will bring that information to you directly, and we will look at it to see how it's working, how it's costing out, and if it's an effective route, working of course with transportation. And at that point, we'll see, do the parents like this? Is this valuable? Or do they, now that they've experienced a bus, do they want to do parent provided? I think it's a positive way to engage with our community, give it a chance. Let's see what happens.
Trustee Delisle?
Thank you very much for that information. I asked the question not because I am not for it or anything, I just want to get the information. And as we change as a community, as Jasper changes, I think that we have to consider that every community has zoning. Residential areas, we have commercial areas. Jasper is a unique place, and I think that, I don't know who's in charge of zoning, but if we begin to have more residential tendencies outside of the town site, that the board needs to be at that table to at least listen to what is planned, or whether or not it's planned or not, I don't know. But as these people are living in different areas, busing may become an issue, and it may be the best solution.
Well, I thank you for that, and that is also the case in Grand Cache. We are working closely with our contractor there. And as you know, as enrollment increases and declines, we want to keep that route running. In addition to that, I work very closely with the superintendent of Northland School Division, where Sousa Creek is nested, but we also know that the Sousa Creek kids after grade 8 come to our schools. And I just think we had some really good conversations. I listened very carefully, and I'm always looking for a solution moving forward. And I think that the conversations we've had with the families in Jasper have been really positive. We got a huge appreciation of comments that the deputy may even want to speak from those families, that we took time to go and speak to each of them, walk them through the registration process. And I wanted to note that we only have about 100 people who haven't registered. We have 19, is that right? Can you give me the correct numbers for registration?
We're about 100 short from last year.
That's it. Traditionally, we were doing that registration historically on the days before the long weekend, and drivers weren't getting their list till the last minute, and they require time to reach out to all their families and make sure they know who their bus driver is and what's going on. And so if I understand correctly, all of our drivers have their routes and have already been reaching out to their families. Oh, that makes me so happy, because my team worked overtime on the long weekend last year. That's not the way we want it to go. So, sorry, I have to commend the transportation department led by Ms. Neck for this new approach to bus registration. and supporting the bus drivers, so thank you for that. Secretary Treasurer, do you have at your fingertips the precise amount of money you gave to contract bus drivers to help support them through your, yes?
It was $2,400 per route.
Okay.
So some contractors had more routes and so forth, so just more obviously.
And that was a commitment by the past board, and I know that this present board is also incredibly supportive of all our bus drivers, both employees and contractors. And that the board took funds.
Well, we would have taken the funds from instructional dollars.
So the funds did come out of classroom dollars to support our contractors because of our commitment to our bus drivers.
Mr. Bennett?
Just to ask about the amount, so the $2,400, is that the average difference of the increase? Or was the increase more than 24, less than 24 in some cases, and that was just average straight across amount?
It would have been the increased difference from the prior year. However, it gets a little complicated, and I won't get into that just because the last term was extended by 3 months. So it might not look like the actual difference, but it was when you compare it on a yearly basis.
So in generality, we are talking about the fact that students being our #1 priority, we do everything to work with all our employees and employee groups and people who provide service through a contract. And we have a lot of contractors, as Mr. Orge will tell you. He coordinates a lot of contracts. You might want to just slide over here. What are the types of contracts that you have?
We use flooring contractors. We also have snow removal contractors, custodial contractors, painting contractors.
And so Mr. Nicholson and Mr. Orge work very closely, managing all of, as per administrative work around those contractors, just to give you an understanding of sort of the scope of our work. So right now, we're very pleased. We've got the majority of our families registered on the bus. We have our routes out. The bus drivers are reaching out to families, so we're very excited. Mr. Castrinos, do you have a few words to share about Jasper?
Of course, can everyone hear me? Of course, I mean, that experience and that dedication of time is aligned directly with stakeholder engagement. And something that was appreciated by the community. We heard that clearly from everybody that took time to come to the meeting room. Scouts and I set up within the hotel. We were there from first thing in the morning at 8:30 until the last appointment that could be made, which was at around 5:30, if I recall correctly. And we did that in order to accommodate everybody's work schedule within the hotel. And it was clear to us that they appreciated that because they had the opportunity to be heard without missing work, without having to travel 100 kilometers to try and get that done, you know, from Edson, let's say, or if the previous meetings didn't meet their schedules. And of course, I mean, for us, and for the board, that's a priority, and it's something that we're dedicated to, and we were glad to serve the community, the superintendent, and their wishes in that way. And it was heard loud and clear that it was appreciated, and we were able to get information to help us guide us in this decision.
Board Chair, I'll be reaching out to the superintendent from the Francophone Board today or later tomorrow, just to let him know and see if they want to join in or if they will continue their stance of no busing. All right, I will step back. I just wanted to, you might want to answer something.
Thank you. It's in regards to the Jasper school. The Jasper Junior Senior High School, they have a an extension period, you're saying, that runs until 4 p.m. And I'm just trying to recall when we received the report on instructional hours, that the elementary school gets out, what, approximately 3:15 or so. So my question to you is, if that bus is leaving at 4:05 and the elementary school is out at 3:15, the children stay in school and wait for the bus, or what is the situation going to be?
I'll be meeting with the Jasper principals tomorrow to discuss that. We did have children from the JPL staying at our high school prior to this busing pilot because they had siblings that were playing sports or attending a class, and the parents were only going to drive once, as I'm sure you can understand. And so very kindly, Mr. Crozier opened up the library, and the school provided supervision to allow the children to work on activities while waiting for their siblings. So I'm very confident the principals will be able to come up with a solution to make that work, so that the kids are good. And also, how many is it? Because I'm not sure right now.
Yes, yeah.
So, and then I'll be able to report back to you in September about that.
Thank you.
Although I'll probably let you know sooner through the board chair.
Thank you.
Other questions? Trustee Bobla.
Sorry, my mic isn't working, so I have a couple of questions. So all of our bus routes are covered then? We've got drivers in all routes for our busing? Okay, and are we also looking at, as far as extracurricular for our sporting teams and the field trips, do we have those met as well?
Yeah, all of them. Well, I think we probably need to go camera board chair.
All right, Trustee Wayne Cameron. All right.
So it would just be me and the board.
All right. And it is board camera at 11:50. And that motion by Trustee Caputo. The people will have to leave until, yeah, probably won't be long.
Do you want to move people away from them?
Yeah, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we will resume the administration reports for transportation. When we finish this report, we will break for lunch. So, are there any more questions about the transportation report? Trustee Bennett?
Just referring to the CEOs, my question would be for Ms. Nyack. In 2021, 2022, the division had 18 routes contracted out. It doesn't list the number for 2022, 2023. So my question was, how many routes do we have contracted out as of now, or for this upcoming school year?
You have three, pardon me, We have 5 less contracted routes
So 5 and
and 2 additional division routes.
so that's 7 from 18, so that's 11 different routes. How many routes are canceled or done through efficiency, through your efficiencies this summer? How many routes did we lose?
We eliminated 3 routes.
And does this change the timing for the students who are on the bus to and from school? Does it add or decrease their time?
We worked very hard to not have a significant impact on our time.
So does it increase or decrease their time?
There are many variables. Some students may have a shorter ride time, some students may not.
Okay, just as I did, I have concerns about, riding the bus for more than an hour to and from, that's 2 hours. If you're thinking about kindergarten students, from the rural areas, that was
We're
one of my
very
concerns. So
cognizant
when you
of
were doing the
those.
efficiencies, we eliminated the 3 routes. It's not going to impact our students in their travel time.
We can provide more specific information at the next board meeting on ride times.
That would be wonderful.
If I may. Sorry, if I may add, trustee Butler, or sorry. I don't know, sorry. I got nothing. So one of the things that, we were looking at, we still have a few weeks, and we still have families who haven't, confirmed their plans. We also, are aware that we always have families moving, adding, and context is changing. We also understand that, and this was something we talked about as part of the whole push to increase or to change the date for registrations. In the past, anybody who wanted a school of choice or an ineligible, unfunded service, we couldn't confirm for them until the end of September at the earliest if we could accommodate them. And one of the things that we really talked about from that lens of service is we wanted to change that. If somebody came to us and said, we would really like this service, we will pay for it. One of the things with our team's philosophy was, let's figure out a way to say yes. Let's figure out a way to support families. So part of why want to know exact numbers is, one, we're still registering kids, we're still adding kids, and part of our push over the next 2 weeks is to make sure that every family that hasn't yet registered, we've reached out to them at least, I'd say, 4 times. Each family who we haven't heard from, we've reached out. So we understand there may be some folks on vacation still who are going to do some last minute stuff. So those final routes, times, everything is our next report. And I hope that addresses your questions, which are wonderful. Yes, we are in the same place. We want to make sure kids are not on the bus for a long time.
If I could add to that, I'm sorry, we're trying out a new format, so. Anyway, long story short, Trustee had a really good question. And when the director is doing routes, she's looking at efficiency, she's always looking at the time kids are on buses, and she's looking at cost. Some of our routes last year were running at a loss, and they also had very few students on the bus, so it was a high cost to our school division, it's classroom dollars. And so she looks at all of that. She was working with some bus drivers this summer, as well as her own team, and they spent over a month mapping this out and looking at what is the most efficient route. We're always conscious of the fact that our children in our division spend long ride times, as we know every rural school division experiences the same thing. The contract busers will know this from driving bus, that some of our routes are such that you can't turn around, or there's a dead end, and it adds a little bit of time, we know that, and so they're constantly looking at efficiency with our students at the forefront of the decision. Would I say that's accurate? Thank you so much, I'm really backwards there.
Trustee Butler.
I just have one, in regards to where it says the board approved a 4-year bus driver agreement for 2022-2025. that needs to come to us as an action item according to our policy 8, committees of the board, section 6, division bus drivers negotiations, item 6.3.3. The committee brings memorandum of agreement to the board as an action item. Is that not correct?
So that is in there, but we also, in the organizational meeting or the delegation of authority, there was a motion to delegate signing of negotiable items, which is negotiation contracts. So that was a motion as well too. So there is a little bit of a conflict there that I think we could resolve as policy committee.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Fowler?
Actually, I just wanted to, it's going to be asking questions, but Trustee Pettit has asked all the same questions. And so I have got the answers, partially. And one of my main things too was the ride time and where were these routes, of course, that were amalgamated or lost or whatever. And would it be fair then to say that by the end of September that it should all be in place, and then October we would be able to get a report on times, routes, etc. That would be fair.
Correct, Trustee.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good questions. It's been wonderful. Obviously, we want to brag, we want to talk about all the great work we've been doing, but also these questions really, it reminds us, of what's coming next, which we anticipated anyway. So this helps us in our focus, so that the information we're going to have in that report is really focused to the questions you're providing today. Thank you.
Trustee Caputo?
We as a school division, we transport children from other school divisions. So now my question to you is that those students, they get grant funding, so then that money also comes to us too. Is that correct?
Yes, in most of our cooperative agreements, we claim the students on the grant. However, I'll just remind the trustees that the grant has been frozen since 2019. So any changes in the number since 2019, whether up or down, we wouldn't have seen a financial change from.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions? I just have one question and a comment. We bought 5 new buses and $140,000 each, $700,000. Does that come out of our capital transportation?
Yeah, we have a capital reserve that we set up. We haven't purchased buses in a while, so our fleet is somewhat aging. Not all of them were that though, because some of them we purchased at reduced rates from contractors. Once obviously an official appraisal has been done and the condition has been verified and all those kind of things.
And I did want to thank Superintendent Lewis. One of your goals was to explore the transportation model in Jasper, one of your goals. And so as the Jasper trustee, I do want to say that thank you for listening to the Jasper constituents and piloting the bus this year. So we will see where that goes.
I'm very excited about it, Board Chair, and our families mean everything to me, and our kids mean everything to me. So any way that we can help move our division forward, that's my job, and I take pleasure in it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you to all of you for putting this fulsome report, this transportation report, with so many parts to it together for the board. And thank you very much, and also thank you very much to all of our bus drivers.
Yes.
I mean, that they're, thank God for our bus drivers. So on that note, we're going to break for lunch, and it's 12:53, so we'll come back at 1:45.
Yes.
That's hard to say that.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll come back.
Dr. Kelly. Sorry. You guys got
Okay, one of the things that Shirley has noted is that this is after the fact that registration has happened. So one of the challenges we heard from our principals last year is that kids have already registered for school. And so we have you can go there. This isn't about registering for school. This is about registering for ballets. So tell me
to kick off 22. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receive an update regarding the 2022 kickoff professional learning event taking place August 31st. The governance implications are that teaching and leadership excellence is a board priority. The division encourages and provides professional development that is focused, systemic, and contributes significantly to the staff's ongoing professional growth and engagement in career-long learning. And this is over to Superintendent Lewis.
Thank you, Board Chair. I hope everyone had a good lunch, and it's going to be a bit of a long day, but I think so many good reports for you coming forward. I'm going to hand this over to Ms. Ashmeyer. She has been the lead with a lovely team around her preparing for this kickoff. She reported to me and the senior team yesterday. We're very, very excited with what's coming forward. So I'll hand over.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. So I want to give you just a little bit of update since this report was generated by myself. We now have 55 sessions, and that's not including lunch, the breaks, or the keynotes. So the 55 sessions are spread between the morning and the afternoon. We have 50 speakers in total, and 35 of the 50 speakers are Grand Yellowhead Public School Division employees. So that is a fantastic internal expert group to be sharing with fellow educators and mechanics and facilities and educational assistants. So I just wanted to remind everybody that virtual was done, again, based on the feedback from last year's kickoff. Overwhelmingly, as I shared with this board last year, overwhelmingly the feedback was that our schools would like to continue with virtual. But I'm also happy to report that virtual will look different in our schools because they will get together for the keynotes, as you will with the schools of your choosing in your zones for the keynote. And then teachers will go to their workplace sites where their laptop is or their desktop computer, and then they will be able to join the sessions. Now, that's a nice thing because previously during COVID, they all had to be segregated in the big keynote places, and so this is a lovely opportunity for that collaboration and reconnection. I also want to encourage you, and we've already shared it with staff, it's going out through SCEDS, that you must log in using your Google credentials for GYPSD in Chrome. So if you are on your laptop or your iPad, you need to check the head icon in the top right. You need to make sure you're not using your personal Gmail credentials, that you're using Grand Yellowhead. So that's very important. The link to the schedule, thank you to communications for there's now a new square top right. And if you click on that, that instantly takes you into the schedule. And if you click on this session, you will find the link that will be there under click here to enter the session. So that will be there. Some of the links are not live yet. After the board meeting today, there will be an email sent out to the presenters to ensure that they add, if they're using our Google platform, a link there with instructions how to. So with no further ado, if you have any questions or anything I can clarify, I'm happy to do so.
Superintendent Lewis?
So we can give you, in the committee of the whole, a little visual so you can sort of see what that looks like in terms of how to use the SCEDS. We will, of course, Ms. Ashmeyer can show you all that, and we also will have Mr. B there. The one thing I wanted to say, if you could please reach out to Katie, our administrative assistant, and let her know what school you would like to attend the morning keynote at. You can go to whatever school you would like. It's just I would like to let the principals know tomorrow, so they're expecting to receive you. It's a big deal to have a trustee in their school, and they want to make sure they do everything to make you feel welcome and well received. And it might be, and I see the trustees from Madison kind of ranging already. It's nice if there's two of you that you go together, but it's up to you, of course. But if you just let me know what school you think you'd like to do that keynote at, through Katie, and then we'll make sure the principals are expecting you.
Is that just in the AM or is that also the PM?
Yes, in the AM, because then the schools will go about, distributing their teachers, they're going to have their lunch, their activities, and then you will be able to access your schedule from your home.
Okay, so then what I'm hearing is that just go in the morning with the keynote, and then in the afternoon you do the keynote from your home.
Yes, that would be our proposal. Now, I understand that things are fluid and who knows what happens. You go over there and then the principal says, well, come here, do that. Well, then that's fine. We're good to. This is what they've shared with me in terms of what they would like, just because they're, doing things with their staff. But each principal is different and they may change their direction. So that's fine. Yeah, don't worry about that. And, you're still welcome in your schools, of course.
Any questions, please? Thank you, Kara, for
Kara has a few comments.
I really think it's important in our public board meeting to truly acknowledge not just the presenters who are GYPSD, but there is an incredible amount of staff who are engaged in things that participants do not see. And that is a lot of this team here. There is a lot of background work done, from finding presenters to having them commit to ensuring that it meets our 3 goals, our priorities of our board. We do that through the kickoff. We always want to make sure that we have the right sessions for the kinds of staff that we have. And so I really want to commend a team of people who do this. I certainly do not do it on my own. I'm maybe facilitating it and helping out in the background, having done it for a few years under the guidance of other people previous years. So I do want to thank them publicly.
In addition, just for the board's knowledge, central team will be here. We're going to watch the keynotes from our professional development room. We'll attend sessions from our offices. Facilities is joining together for theirs. And transportation, all the bus drivers, including our contractors, are going to be in our bus barns. They're setting it up. They've done that pre-COVID, and they'll be attending the kickoff. Also, Ms. Van Neck is arranging some professional development, particularly to the bus drivers, as is Mr. Orge. And so we'll all be here and looking forward to Dr. David Irvine, who's really going to come from a position of joy and hope, which we're excited about. And our many session presenters, and we have some even in this room. Some of our colleagues are presenting, and we're just really proud of the work that's being done. Thank you.
Trustee Bennett?
Thank you. So will some of the GYPSD presenters then, I would assume there's some from every school, so every school will have their own in-person as well presentations, and then it will be virtual, or they're just straight virtual?
Yes, all of the session 1 and session 2 sessions are virtual, and that is because we want to make sure we offer the entire audience every opportunity to participate, especially with teachers that maybe, or other educational assistants, some of the inclusion teams, that everybody has an opportunity to choose what suits their learning needs. And the best way to do that is virtually. Otherwise, we have a very siloed, very small audience.
In addition, Board Chair, I'll be providing you, Dr. Harding, I'll be providing you with your opening comments. I mean, you can shape that however you wish, but we'll give you a backbone if you want. You'll be welcoming everybody on behalf of the Board of Trustees. I'll be welcoming staff as a superintendent. The morning, our deputy is introducing Dr. Irvine, and he'll lead the questions because Dr. Irvine would like an opportunity for community to ask him questions. So Constantine will moderate that and close, and then in the afternoon, Kara is going to introduce the afternoon keynote and close. Okay. I suspect some principals might be in this meeting, so that you'll be invited for lunch with you know, the staff, and that's always a nice, you don't have to, but if you want to, that would be lovely.
Okay, any questions, trustees? Oh. All right, well, thank you for the team effort, and I think we're looking forward to the kickoff next week. Hinton Elementary School attendance area review.
Thank you, Board Chair. I'm going to invite my colleague, Dr. Harding, to come and sit beside me. So we're moving chairs.
And that the Board of Trustees received a report on the current Hinton Elementary School's attendance areas and possible updates to take effect for the 23-24 as information to support the Board's update of designated schools for eligible transportation. So over to you, Anna Lewis.
Yes, thank you. As the board is aware, your dedication to stakeholder engagement is exemplary, and we will be carrying out stakeholder engagement, which I'll speak to a little later, throughout the school year. But we also have some big events around some matters that are of importance to the board. One of them is the Hinton Elementary attendance areas for transportation. This has not been addressed for over 20 years. The community has really changed. New housing developments have gone in. And so to better serve our families, we need to engage the community in a discussion about the stakeholder engagement. I think it is really, really important to not rush this. I think it is crucial that we meet with several groups, our parents, obviously, our staff, and also our older students. And I'm saying older like high school, but the kids will have reflection about how they feel about busing. I think it's important. A number of my team, including myself, are all trained in public participation engagement. I also like to retain the services of Ms. Robinson, Gay Robinson, who's a trainer of IEP2. She's done some consulting for us before. And that we map out a really good, clear plan for the board and for everybody in the community around how we're going to engage, collect data, analyze the data, and then discuss potential solutions.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. Once again, I've tried to deliver as much information as I can possibly access. I was able to do a little deep dive into some historical documents I found regarding the town of Hinton from 1981. I had to go back that far to find out where some of the reference points were in the original, well, the current, I should say, AP 305 that talks about some of these locations. Cecilia Park is actually was not part of the town of Hinton. It is now, and it is the neighborhood new construction that is right in before the golf course. So as you're driving west on the Yellowhead, there's an area, a little neighborhood there that is right before the golf course lands. And at some point in the past, that was referred to as Cecilia Park. It's no longer referred to that, except I guess by folks who might have known that from back in the early 80s. So again, I think we know that the review of the attendance areas for the two elementary schools in Hinton is, it's been a while, it's overdue. And we know from our original work in the spring, when we were looking at possible solutions being a reconfiguration exploration, that what was really leading that conversation was around the fact that Hinton has grown up around, in particular, a lot of new neighborhoods around one school, but that the other school is a little bit starved off because just where it is located geographically. In addition, the geography of Hinton is a little complicated. We've got the highway, we've got the railway, we've got some interesting industrial and business areas that sort of carve up some of the residential areas. There are a few ravines and wooded areas, and of course bodies of water. So where there are bridges, not bridges, footpaths, and so forth. So on page 39 of your package, I wanted to show the board the current administration procedure boundaries. So everything that is in pink that is highlighted there, those are the addresses that are designated. And again, I do want to emphasize that this is for eligible transportation. This board absolutely supports parents' choice to attend any school they want. What we're talking about, and I think it's really important that we always focus this topic around the student transportation regulation. And this is for identifying who is eligible for funded transportation service, and we're meeting the regulations, we're meeting the legislation, and we're up to date in terms of where those designated addresses are for each school. So the pink areas, as noted on page 39, these were the areas that were in the AP that was built in 2005. So you can see that that includes everything to the west of Hinton. So it kind of isn't, it's cut off, but you can see where the Yellowhead Highway goes towards the west and the south. And those include the communities, anybody who lives in rural, entrance, and any rural areas outside there. You can also see the pink goes along and runs along the river road there that includes an area that was built up behind a Safeway, so a residential area. The midpoint there where the pink stops in the middle, that is running along the Yellowhead Highway, but in between that and the railway, the rail tracks. And so you can see where it comes on the top and then it dips down and so on and so forth. Now, if you look in the yellow, you can see that those were the areas that were circled and identified in the 2005 version of the AP. And the area that really was not in existence at the time, but has certainly grown up, is this yellow circle to the far right there at the bottom, and that's the Thompson Lake area. So you can see the current at the top of page 40. This is the current wording in the current AP for Hinton, where we had to go back, like I said, in the historical documents to find where these yards were and where some of these references, these land locations were noted. So based on, and thank you again to the incredible work of the team, based on our 2021-2022 transportation numbers, we found that there were, so down the far west, approximately 42 students that were being shipped or being bused. Now, of those, because they're French immersion, the designated school for French immersion is École. So the numbers are there. We wanted to provide you with that data. What, in terms of the student regulation, transportation regulation, in terms of legislation, what the regulation, there's two parts. One is that the board identifies the school attendance areas. Now, the board does that to ensure student enrollments are balanced, because we know student enrollments drive school budgets. That makes sense to everybody. What the student transportation regulations stipulate is that the closest school should be. Now, the use of that word in this context allows the board to identify hazards, allows the board to look for places where this doesn't make sense. We wouldn't expect the kids to go down into a ravine, hop across a creek, walk up the other side of the ravine to walk to school. So the transportation affords that common sense piece in some cases. Does that make sense so far? Okay, so then what we're looking at, proposing update, even if we just updated the land references, which is one thing I highly propose we do, is that we move away from the old town map from the early 80s, and we move to the current town map, which is on page 41. This is the town districts map, as you can see here. They've identified the various neighborhood subdivisions. And the proposed update to the areas would be that for the east side of Hinton, which is the Crescent Valley School, that we look at the neighborhood of Hardisty, which is blue, and you can see the little yellow dot in the middle of Hardisty, that is Crescent Valley. That Riverside, which does not have any residential areas in it. The West Riverside, which is the more purple along the top. And that what we change is, the proposed change would be the Thompson Lake, which is the pink, that it directly touches on Hardisty. That the West Riverside, Hardisty, and Thompson Lake. And then, of course, everything to the east. Following the same map, looking at Acol Mountain View, changes, sorry, I think I've lost my page. There it goes. Again, using this map, we would be looking at, so you can see where Mountain View is. It's sort of the peachy pink color, more to the left center. That dot there, the yellow highlighted dot, is Acol Mountain View. And you can see how the town has sort of grown up more around it. So we've got the neighborhoods of Eaton, Hillcrest, Terrace Heights, and you can see just from the density of those neighborhoods that as well as it being the designated school for all of our parental immersion families, you can see why there is just a natural density in the way that the town has built up to support student population enrollments at Acol Mountain View. So if we were just to simply even update the language, we would say that Acol Mountain View would be all the French immersion students, and then we would say the neighborhoods of Terrace Heights, Hillcrest, Eaton, Mountain View, Mayette, and the big changes would be everything to the west beyond the town, which would be Rural Entrance, Hadaman, and Highway 16 west to the Jasper Park gates. So that's all of the information. Now, a few, I think, important considerations, and again, this is for information's sake only, is that the board does not restrict families' choices in the school that they can attend. So at the end of the day, parents make that choice to send their children where they want their children to attend. From a transportation services, legislation, and fiduciary lens, we look at what amount of funds were given by the government, and we work within those parameters to provide the very best service and safety that we possibly can to our families. Now, in terms of distance, straight distance, if you look at the neighborhoods in Thompson Lake, and you look at where families may live on the east side of the big water body that runs right through the Thompson Lake, you can see just by moving your finger that those families are closer to Crescent Valley. But because of that body of water, that Thompson Lake area is split. So you can see that just by the way that the crow flies, that families who live more on the west side of Thompson Lake might, by the crow flies, be closer to Mountain Valley. But in fact, because of the bodies of water, because of the few entrances in and out of the overpasses up and around Switzer's Drive, familiar with Hinton, there's only one way, there's one way in, one way out of Thompson Lake, and it's in the Thompson Lake boundary. So there is no road that once you're in Thompson Lake, you can go into Eaton. You have to exit from Thompson Lake back onto the Yellowhead. You have to drive into and past to get up into Schweitzer Drive, where then you can now access Eaton and, sorry, I gotta put the glasses on. Eaton, Hillcrest, and Mountain View. So when we look at actual distance numbers, if I was to look at an address in Thompson Lake on the west boundary, just by sheer distance, it might be closer for me to say, oh, my designated school is going to be Mountain View. But in turn, it's very close. We're parsing now. We're talking about 1,000 meters. But what we're talking about here is a few of those hazard issues that I think are important to bring forward. there are bodies of water and there's ravines and there are wooded areas. And this has come to my attention, and I know we've heard it a few times, just about what it means to access and walk in some of these areas. So that's one thing for consideration. So in terms of our transportation work, and Director Burnett can speak to this, and our office staff as well, and I know Trustee Caputo and probably Trustee Shannon can also speak to this, is over the year, we've heard from parents who live on the west side in Brule, who are asking why their designated school is the other end of Hinton, sorry. We also have families living in Thompson Lake who are saying, why is my designated school Mountain View? It's closer for, like, because they are driving and they're doing that. So we've heard from that. We've heard from the stakeholders. If we make changes to AP 305 and we align to the current Hinton neighborhoods, what it does is it does afford us the opportunity to update eligibility, first of all. It also allows us to look at a longer term solution than just, well, this year we'll do this. We have been, over the last few years, really trying to accommodate families in a piecemeal way, if that makes sense, rather than actually having a good, clear vision of what safe, effective transportation in a complicated geographical landscape might look like. So I've got the rest of things. I also thought you might want to know, what are the actual costs of some of these things that we do? What does it mean to our budget and to our classroom dollars when we don't live within our funds, if we don't live within our means, if we don't live within our budget? So I thought it would be important for us to have a couple of examples. So based on, if we were to do this last year, if we looked at example 4, I'm on page 42. If we looked at, okay, well, what are the students currently enrolled in grades 4 through 7? And when we make this change and we say, okay, we're going to do this change, and we say to the kids currently 4 through 7, okay, we'll let you finish out and we're not going to charge you an unfunded service fee. Well, if you have kids who are in grade 3 this year, by the time they leave, we would have taken classroom dollars of $28,000. All the way, and you can see what that looks like year out and year over. If we were to wait until the last kid in grade 3 exits, we're looking at a $54,000 deficit. And I'm just providing these numbers because I know this is part of helping our folks, helping our stakeholders understand why we have to charge fees for unfunded services and why the government tasks boards to be very clear in appointing designated schools for transportation funding. So hopefully that there's some clarity there around why when we were looking at, in the past, we're looking at changes to designation schools, we employed 2 outside consultants who had, between the 2 of them, I think, over almost 70 years of experience. Both of the independent contractors that we asked for their advice said to us, if you're going to make changes to attendance boundaries, you do it. You don't drag it out because it will end up costing you a lot of money. So that's why I thought it was so important to put this in here. And so what I also thought was important is to help when our parents or our stakeholders make the choice to attend a school of choice, not their designated school, is for them to understand their choice long term. So for example, if we have an individual who right now is choosing their choice to send their child to not their designated school, we support that. But if they ask us to transport their child, and it's an unfunded service, we cannot take funds out of the school classrooms to support their personal decision. We have to be good stewards of the public first. So I also provided information on page 43, so all of us can understand what it means when you decide as a family, you're choosing to not go to your designated school, because it's important to see the implications. But at the same time, I want to share our appreciation, the team's appreciation for the board and for the superintendent and the secretary treasurer, that we have supports and processes in place to support people who who, for whatever reason, need to make that choice, that we're there to support them and provide them with either a payment plan or with a fee reduction process. So we've got that in place as well. So on page 43, as I come to the end here, you know, the last couple of years, we've known that the AP school attendance areas in Hinton were long overdue. We've been talking, I mean, I've been here since March of 2020, and I have heard of it repeatedly that Hinton's attendance areas haven't been updated in a long time. So, I mean, there's always the option to do nothing. Leave it as it is. Right? That's one thing. The other thing is, and I've heard from other, again, I was at the CAS Summer Learning Conference. I had an opportunity to talk to other assistant superintendents, and I was fortunate to be in a session with 21 school superintendents. All of them were talking about the issues around transportation, and a number of school boards do not offer unfunded choices. They just don't offer the service. They can't afford it. They don't have the staff and personnel to manage it, because it is a wildly complex service. And chasing for payment is very difficult. It takes away from our core focus, which is student learning, and it's a detractor. So that was one of the things that I heard as well, is a couple of superintendents even said, are you sure you want to do school of choice? Because other school divisions don't. They follow literally the rule of the law for student transportation regulation. Designated here, that's where we will transport you, because those are the funds we receive. If you choose to drive your child to another school, you want to do that, you may. So those are some things. In conclusion, we have a lot of information for the board to digest. I'm happy, I'm here with director, with superintendent, secretary, treasurer. We're here to, again, answer any questions you may have as you digest the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Trustees, any questions?
Well, I am so glad that we're looking at these changes. It's a long time coming. And on that, I am also great to see that we're going to be putting the schools, the areas that are in the west, we're going to put it in the west school, the area that's in the east, we're going to put it at the east school. I'm thinking of Obed and Crescent Valley, and the west I'm thinking of rural and all the other communities that would be there too. And I know I have a friend that lives in Mascouda Estates, and she said she can't understand. She's more than 2.4 kilometers, and her designated school is for her daughter is Crescent Valley, and she is paying so that her daughter goes to Mountain View School, because she said that's the way that she feels about it. But like big discussion, and I'm just looking at this, and the area that really concerns me is that area that's by Safeway. That would be that would be in that area. It's a brand new area that they had, and I don't even know when that area was established. Would that be part of the Terrace Heights area?
Thank you. So the area that you're referencing, I'm thinking that used to be called Cecilia Park. So if you look at the Terrace Heights quadrant, you'll see that, yes, you can see that there's the golf course is in half in there, and then half the corner is in the district of the neighborhood of Mountain View. And the area that is directly behind the Safeway is Moberly. And so there's that neighborhood as well as back there. So
that would be part of Terrace Heights.
Yes, Mountain View, I believe. But I would need a magnifying glass. But yes, Terrace Heights perhaps is Terrace Heights.
Board Chair, if I might. Yes. We have two Hintonites just sitting with us, one long-standing, Ms. Murphy, and also Mr. Fragmenti, who I believe lives in one of the areas that we're talking about. Did you want to add anything to the conversation regarding these boundaries? Because I believe you your child, who is 9, was to go to Crescent Valley,
Yes.
and you were actually transferring her to Mountain View. So we have some parents even in our own. Yeah. Ms. Murphy, do you?
I myself bused many years ago, and it's still the same busing zones, even though there's, Rosh Mayed is gone. Right?
Exactly, Rosh Mayed.
So I think that really shifts the balance as well. And I think that's why some of those zones from the west are being bused to Crescent Valley. Right? I think that's a major reason that there was this disjointedness, and it's well overdue that we look at it. But it is a complex area. You think of Thompson Lake, surrounded by ravines. Like, I think, approaching it the way that we're proposing to approach is the smartest thing to do. And the safest thing for kids, because safety is the priority.
So, board, you've received this report. There's quite a lot in there, a lot of thinking, and so a few things. To begin the process of stakeholder engagement, you would have to establish, as a board, are you wanting to be a board? And why I say this is before we get to the information night, because we will have to hold an information night. I think that will be very important. And we will provide a comprehensive presentation to parents, staff, and perhaps some students, but definitely community members, parents, and staff, about what this engagement is about and what the objective or the outcome is supposed to be, or we hope to have. So once they can digest that information, and they need that first, and they need some time to ruminate on it, then we would host another night around stakeholder engagement, because I don't think you can roll right into stakeholder engagement just after giving people information. They need to receive it on the website, they need to receive it in different manners and in a face-to-face presentation. They go away, they think about it, then they come back for some stakeholder engagement where they get to talk and ask questions. Then we survey and ask for feedback. So we do some data collection and analysis. And then you as a board share with me how you want to proceed. So one of the questions that might come up is, are you a board that wants to continue historically, as you have, and culturally, to provide parent choice for school selection? Or do you want to be a board, and you have to decide that amongst yourselves, who says this is your school and that's the end of it? And we do have boards that do that, we know that for sure. Because that might arise in the dialogue. So it's probably good for you to have an informal conversation to discuss that and decide where you stand. And then that guides my team and myself as we provide an information night, which of course we would get your approval for before we brought it to the public. So that's just to give you a little overview of the steps that need to occur before this takes place. And I mean, I think we all know this. We can't do anything. It's at our peril if we don't involve our stakeholders in whatever it is the board's deciding to do. Because even if it sounds reasonable, people are very passionate about their community and how things work, and when there's a change, it's just normal. People might find that uncomfortable. So we want to make sure we give them every piece of information so that they can really thoughtfully go through it. Thank you so much.
Questions, Trustee?
I think my one question would be, we have to engage the town of Hinton a bit, because if you're changing Thompson Lake, there's only 2 routes to the valley. Either Switzer Drive or Vernon Way and And my concern is if people would look at it and say, if you're taking Switzer, you're going right by Mountain View.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. It's the safest way in some ways. And then the other route, you have to cross Highway 16. And directly after that, it's the main line.
Yes.
So during different times of year, that to me would be a concern just to raise up. And so I would say that the Highway 16 one, there's already lights further on in the Hinton. So we just have to flag to other parties, how much busing's happening and
Yes.
what sort of, risk assessment. I don't know what the time difference would be to take the Dream Way versus Spencer, but that's just.
Great advice, thank you.
Those trains are long.
Yeah,
Yeah, those trains are very
and
long.
there's always a train there when I go that way.
Any other comments or questions, trustees? Trustee Henry?
My question was very similar to trustee DeVille about the safety issue with Kingston Lake being on this side of the highway. So, are all the residents or students that are in the Thompson Lake area, are they beyond the 2.4 kilometer range? Because I can't tell from this map, so they all would be eligible for busing if we approve this. Okay, so then that eliminates that safety issue for being on this side of the highway. And then, of course, I guess figuring out that one way in, one way out. And working on that issue. So he's as well. Yeah, so that was just my concern about the distance.
Trustee Caputo?
Well, I would like to say thank you very much that we're starting this process now, not leaving it till later on, till spring. But you know what, that we make our public aware that we are looking at this. And I greatly appreciate we have to look at this now, because it's a long time overdue. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Trustee Weaver?
Just a short comment. I think as somebody who is not from the Hinton community, we know too much about the new areas that have developed in the Hinton community, that at some point I would like to be able to go up there, whether it's in a school bus or whatever, and drive around and see exactly what is involved before I can make any kind of decision that I'm supposed to be knowledgeable about it. You know, I'd like to know.
We can most certainly arrange for any of that.
Yeah, I just mind, I just would like to know the hazards and the,
Trustee Fowler, it's a really good suggestion. When I first came to Grand Yellowhead, I actually had the pleasure of going with a former trustee and Trustee Caputo, who drove us around. It was really a learning experience. For me to see, yes, you were driving.
Yes.
And Trustee DeMong, former Trustee DeMong, because you had brought forward at a very early meeting for me some concerns about transportation. And so I really valued the opportunity to go and visually see.
just go through the eyes of not just somebody driving around here,
Correct.
but through the eyes of looking at boundaries,
Yes,
the child, the student, exactly what it's all about.
yes.
Any final comments? Thank you, Dr. Harding, for getting us going on this and all the work you put into it, and we'll leave it to your lead to lead us through this work this year. Moving on to stakeholder engagement plan, 9.4. The Board of Trustees received a schedule of stakeholder engagement activities for the first half of the 22-23 school year. This information can be altered and amended for emergency or foreseen circumstances. Over to you, Superintendent Lewis.
So Board of Trustees, I bring this report forward to you because I'm sure the board chair has already discussed with you. You have lots of heavy lifting to do this year, many decisions to make as a board. In particular, looking at the Hinton boundary areas as one large boulder, very complex, but I think will be a very rewarding piece of work. In addition, we have another community where we are engaging in conversations regarding our schools, depending on enrollment, because these next 2 weeks are very telling as to how many students we're going to end up with in our Grand Cache area. And then we will also carry out our 5 regular stakeholder engagements that we have historically carried out as a board in each zone. And they will be in person. And of course, you have the opportunity of inviting your community members and employees and parents students, and we'll involve the Superintendent's Youth Council in that process, to ask questions from your community as to their thinking about public education, suggestions and ideas, what they value in each community. Each of our communities is slightly different. And then in many ways, there's common themes. And you get to hear from the people who are our electorate where they think or how they think education should be going, what's most important to them. So being heard is crucial, so we'll be organizing that. We're also excited to say that we have it on the calendar in November for the Council of School Councils. That will be held here in Edson. It will be at Parkland High School. It will be in the evening, and school council chairs and one or two representatives from their school council will be invited. Our principals will present. And again, we will have table conversations, and you as trustees will be involved in developing the questions that you want to ask your school councils and listening to their conversation at tables. And in addition to that, a very important part of the first year of the trustee, and of course election was in October, so this is your first time. You did do some school visits, and then we were sort of called back into quarantine. Historically, we begin in September. My original draft was at the end of September, but based on some things that I had to do with principals, I had to shift it by a week. In doing so, I was very thoughtful about where each of you lives and how do we transition from one place to the other. And having done it a number of times, I'm quite familiar with it. Also, good weather, longer light is important, so we don't want to leave it late. And as such, just to explain to you, each visit is approximately an hour and 15 minutes. The principals are already prepared. They have been talking about it, and many of them have done it several times now. So you will arrive at a school. Likely you'll be welcomed by a lovely group of students. That's always such a pleasant welcome. And then the principal and assistant principal or principals will be providing you with a short 20-minute presentation, and they often invite their school council chair or other members of the school council as well. And they will talk about their budget. They will talk about their soft assurance results, because we have not received the PAT or diploma results at this point in time. And they will talk about things they're proud of that are going well in their school, and maybe some challenges or things that are their focus of that they feel they could do better in. So they'll give you a good overview of their school. They will also identify the instructional focus or foci, what they're working on in terms of student learning. And then you will be invited, we'll tour 4 or 5 classrooms to see examples of our fabulous teachers in action. And we just dip the toe in the water. Of course, we're peeking in, and our teachers are so welcoming as our instructional support staff. And you'll get to see some examples of the instructional focus in action. They'll also be able to walk in the hallways, and many of the schools are very proud of their displays and information that's out there for parents and you as a board that also supports student learning. So on average, you would do 2 schools in the morning. You have about 15 minutes to transition because our communities are small. Then you have a nice period of time for lunch, so it's not rushed. And then we traditionally do 1 school in the afternoon, and we're done by 2:15. So this allows you time, based on where you all live, to travel back home or to remain wherever it might be that we are. And I also looked at where each of you are located. So, for example, when we're in Hinton, the Hinton trustees get to start from Hinton. Where we're in Edson, the Edson trustees get to start from Edson. I've tried to accommodate Lobstick by starting down in the Lobstick area on one day, so Trustee Bobolik can sort of start from her home locale. And all of you have to do some driving, as do I, but that's what happens when you have such a giant landmass school division like we do. It's early days yet, but I have slated for you to travel from Hinton up to Grand Cache for an evening stakeholder engagement, and I'll be discussing further with Trustee Delisle, the board chair, dependent on our enrollments, what is happening there, which we'll know in the next few days. However, you will have an advanced team, which is my team. They will be up in Grand Cache hours before you arrive. It will be held in the Grand Cache Community High School foyer. We've done this before. It will be set up to receive parents. So when you arrive, you'll be able to go to your hotel, which you will have to stay overnight. And then we'll be hosting you for dinner at the school. And then we'll partake in some really, really good community engagement. And I have always found Grand Cache community be very participative. They like to come out, they like to chat, they like to share ideas. So I think it's going to be very positive. I'm working with Gay Robinson to craft that, but I will work personally with the trustee from Grand Cache to ensure, and with the whole board, of course, but as this is Trustee Delisle's community, that we are asking the right questions, we're getting at what we need to get at, and at the end of the evening, which will end around 8:30, you'll have time to return to your hotel, and then we will, the next morning, head down to Jasper. The first school does not begin until 10 o'clock, and of course it can flex. Our principals are very flexible. A lunch, another school, and then we're done. So lots of end times at a very healthy, reasonable time, giving you lots of time to travel to your home locales. And I have found, and I know board members who have carried out this process in the past have found it very useful. And I think the most empowering part is seeing our students, seeing our teachers, seeing our support staff. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. I noticed that you have, September the 20th is Edson, and then you have the 21st is also.
That was an error. It should have been the 22nd.
Okay, because the 21st is a board meeting.
Yes, that's correct.
Also, my concern too is the Council of School Councils. That's already, we don't know what the weather's like already then, on November the 30th. What if we
may provide a hybrid.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we could provide that. Okay, just to confirm.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now that we have and know how to use all this technology through COVID, we certainly can attend to that.
I thank you for that. Yeah, no, that was just my two questions.
Any other questions? Thank you.
If a child is in French immersion,
yes,
do they get the transportation to?
Yes, I know what you're asking. So yes, if a child is enrolled in French immersion, that's their designated school.
Okay.
And the two areas where that plays out is in Hinton and in Edson.
Okay. Everybody looks at Crescent Valley as the Indigenous school.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's not just an Indigenous school, but there are a lot of Indigenous kids that go there because their parents want them there.
Yes.
Just because of the in-school. So I was wondering how that would play out, say there was a student, an Indigenous child who wanted to go to the Crescent Valley, would that sort of be open to like the French version?
It's a really good question. Thank you for asking it. And it did arise in the spring as well with the Montessori program, because the principal here of West Haven asked the same question. We reached out to Business Services and Alberta Education, and unfortunately and sadly, That is not the case at this point in time. It is still a school of choice. So that's not something decided by the board. That is an Alberta education regulation around transportation. It's a great question.
Will not be trying.
And it might be able to happen. But there is some good advocacy. Like, I think that's amazing advocacy.
Okay. Any more questions about the stakeholder meetings? Yeah. Thank you for that schedule that'll keep us talking. Thank you very much. It's fun. It's fun and it's interesting. We appreciate going to all schools.
Thank you, Board Chair.
9.5, division operations, the summer update.
This is great, Board Chair, because I get to invite a lot of different people to the table to share with the board. I thought it was really important because my goal is always to ensure that the board is set up for success and that they're ready to go for the school year. And if they know what's happening in every aspect of the division, then they're able to answer questions and also just have a comprehensive, overarching understanding of the school division. So with that said, sorry, I don't know who's up next. I have to look at my little agenda.
You receive a report on projects, processes, and our programs carried out by facilities, HR, technology, learning services, and special projects departments during the summer as information.
And so our first director, Mr. Brian Orange, is going to share an update from his department.
So currently, you have your list in front of you, but currently right now, Jasper Elementary washroom upgrade, we completely renovated both upstairs and downstairs bathrooms to eliminate some concerns over access in crawl spaces. So that is right now is on schedule to be done next Friday, completed. So we were also doing a window upgrade at Pine Grove. We replaced 11 new windows there that are from the original build back in the early 60s. So them are on schedule to be completed this Friday. We've been installing new cameras, and to date we've had Knighton installed, Fulham, West Haven is done, Grand Trunk is done. So we're slowly working through them. Facilities also did painting and flooring throughout the schools this year again, as we normally do. Grant Cash has got their outdoor classroom completed now. I'll be working with John to do future additions on that. Grant Cash paving is scheduled to be done on August 28th, but some of you, Shell and Copes and Grant Cash High. And going forward into the year, we'll probably get Grant Cash paving may get put off and may have to be done over weekends and come September once school starts. And we'll be working doing ViewSonic boards with technology at Mary Bergeron. And we have all new blinds to install in Jasper Elementary. And we finish the remainder of the camera systems in our buildings.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Orange?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a dual personality here. Lyle and Rios. I want to know more about the ViewSonic interactive view boards. What are they? And at some point, more. Thank you.
Yes, the ViewSonic boards are the next generation replacement, what we're moving towards in place of smart boards. They don't have projectors. They're basically a smart TV with all the same functionality as a smart board. Teachers can still use their smart board files that they've built up over the years and things like that. So they're a self-contained smart board.
So and there's still an interactive.
Yeah, touch exactly like a smart board. They don't have a projector anymore. It's all built into the TV.
Oh yeah, like climbing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was just what I wanted to know that because I thought, oh, what's this? So that's good to know.
Any more questions for George? Facilities? Okay.
For Chair, I'd just like to thank both technology and facilities. They work all summer long, their teams are out, and they use the summer time to get things done when students are in school. So I'd like to thank both leaders for their excellent work. Thank you.
Do you want to go through technology since Lila's there?
Sure.
Too bad. Similar to facilities and transportation, we've been very busy throughout the summer. We've been working on a lot of large projects together with facilities and transportation. The Treve, our Treve environment, we migrated to a cloud-based system hosted by PowerSchool. We used to have servers on site, but now it's hosted in PowerSchool data centers. It's much better improvement. It'll improve our disaster recovery capability and accessibility and things like that. PowerSchool SIS, our student information system, we gave major upgrades to that, and as well as rollover, of course. Together with facilities, working on the security cameras, Lincoln Phone in West Haven. Division-wide Wi-Fi access point upgrades, that's for our students accessing Wi-Fi on their laptops and phones and everything. We upgraded all the Wi-Fi access points across the division once that were in place. Security camera installs, working with the transportation on supporting that, and software related requirements for that. And bus Wi-Fi installs, provide Wi-Fi on the buses for students when they're traveling. School, they'll be able to access Wi-Fi on buses. Any questions?
Please. Trustee Caputo?
In regards to the security cameras, are they getting to be more precise that if you needed to see somebody on a security camera, that there is better vision on them? But I understand that sometimes they hide their faces and stuff like that. But have the technology advanced more?
Yeah, I'd say it's advanced quite a bit. I think Mr. Orge and the rest of the people that have seen the old camera versus the new, they've improved greatly.
So the new camera systems that we've been putting in are our virtual systems, so we can access them via mobile phone. So, but the new systems right now, the way they're working and dealing with Glenn Allen, because he had the first system installed, some of the other principals now, we can actually go in there and use a facial recognition. So if you walk through our building at that point during the day, I can actually highlight your face on the picture screen and tell it to follow you, and it'll tell me where you were in the building and on what camera it's seen you and what time of the day you were. So they have come a long way. With this new system as well, we've also realized we haven't tested it yet. I've been talking to Ryan Hall, we will test it later in the year. If we go in an emergency response situation, a lockdown, first person shooter, we can actually send a link for our camera system to the RCMP and they'll have live footage of that school at that time. Yeah, so it's come a very long way. It's an amazing system. I think it's the new way of doing things, and they are very clear cameras. We get to see what they're like at night, but right now most of our buildings are very well lit up anyway, so we haven't had any issues there. But yeah, it's a really good system.
Any other questions from Steve?
I had just wanted to ask a clarification. We set limitations on the Wi-Fi for our students and buses, like in schools.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the ability to filter inappropriate material and accordingly and block sites altogether if needed. Throttle how much bandwidth, like if they're all on YouTube, we don't want the Wi-Fi to fail on the bus, so we can throttle how much bandwidth is used for YouTube and things like that. Same controls we have when they're on the division network.
Any other questions? Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee? Thank you, move to human resources. Ms. Uriah and Mr. Castillo.
All right, thank you so much. Human Resources is the department that never sleeps, and throughout the year, whether it's summer, winter, doesn't matter, staff is always working very hard to make sure that, positions are being filled and ads are going out and contracts and letters and things like that. So I just want to start by acknowledging the work of the department. Ms. Roy, of course, Michelle Roy, and Delaney Newman do quite a bit of work. It's a small but mighty department, and it's quite a bit. Everything really that happens through the division is touched by HR in some way. So I just want to acknowledge that. And of course, over the summer, through late spring and early summer, we worked to finalize staffing contracts, update assignments, and access to all returning employees, onboard new employees, recruit bus drivers, casual support staff, substitute teachers, attend job fairs, and there's one coming up again tomorrow that Ms. Roy will be attending with Ms. Hewlin. Create employee onboarding courses through Public Works to help with that process, and of course, running our HR year-end processes, which includes audits of everything that we need to have done at this point in time, reporting and such to the government and other agencies. So we're quite busy with that. And we're excited to attend the job fair that's coming up tomorrow, because now that the world is slowly opening up more and more to in-person events, we can also, rededicate ourselves to those events and go out there in person to attract new talent to our wonderful school. At this point, I'll stop and just open it up to any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Ballard?
And just one part of this is recruitment. What is the substitute teacher list looking like this year?
Thank you, Trustee Feller, I can answer that. We do have a number of returning substitutes from last year, so that will make up the majority of our substitute teacher list. We have been recruiting quite heavily for our substitutes throughout the summer. We do have a few new applicants, and but unfortunately, like many other boards, we are struggling to onboard more substitute teachers, which I am really hopeful for our career fair tomorrow. There is over approximately 2,000 teachers who will be attending it, so we're very hopeful to recruit some more for
Thank you. And just to be nosy, the career fair, is it online? I already said in person, and where is it?
This particular one is online. It's through Apply to Education, which is the #1 recruitment site for teaching staff throughout Canada. Just to give you an idea of some of our in-person ones, we are already registered for University of Calgary and University of Edmonton career fairs in January, and those will be in person.
If I might, we also have a rather informal recruiter named Francis Guti. And as you may think I'm being kind of funny in a public board meeting, but I did ask him and a number of my other colleagues, as has Constantine Castrinos, Mr. Castrinos, and I'm happy to say we have a name to brought forward for chemistry and high school science. And so that little bit of informal word of mouth community question asking is getting us some teachers as well. And what we have found out is Edmonton Public is not giving probationary contracts. What they're doing is they're hiring their teachers as temporaries and every year renewing as a temporary contract. So one of the things that we can offer, and we also have been discussing at length yesterday, and I know it had come up at the board table, is what incentives do we have that will bring people out to the rural community? Certain things, and our Secretary Treasurer can share this with you, we can't break a collective agreement. We are, however, going into 2 negotiations, so I think with the ATA, this is going to be a good piece of conversation. we are promoting the fact that each teacher, whether they have a probationary, continuous contract or not, can access professional development funds up to $2,500. And we do have more freedom to offer someone a continuous contract a little faster than perhaps in urban areas. We know our next door neighbor, and Deputy, you can probably speak to that at Parkland. Maybe I'll just let you speak to it.
That you're referring about continuous contract piece, yeah. So the timing in which we offer continuous contracts is inclusive, and Green School Division will offer it after 1 year of a probationary contract. So that's something that's happening as well.
And if it's someone, for example, in French immersion, because there's a global demand for French immersion teachers, they're being offered a continuous contract at the start of the contract. We kind of want to see the whites of people's eyes and see how they perform. We don't want to kind of get ourselves into a binding situation. But we are certainly looking at ways that we can expedite continuous contracts and other initiatives to bring people out to the rural communities. We know we keep our staff, so we're happy about that. And we do have 21 new teachers coming in.
Yeah, and if I might add, they're not all of those are new to the division. They may have had a temp contract.
Yes.
They may have done, they're getting their first probationary full-time contract when we talk about the 21, and there's a majority of those. Plus, I believe we have some coming from another school division, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just to add on to that, we do also have a few of our practicum students returning to our division as permanent teachers as well. Our retention rates are very high in that matter.
We want to make sure that, just to round out the conversation, at times there's desperation globally around attracting talent and retaining talent, but especially attracting it. But we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence with teachers who are coming into our school division, who we're putting in front of our students, making sure that there's an ample period of probationary so that we can properly evaluate them. Because if and when that doesn't happen, there's always a larger cost on the back end as to what that may mean for quality of education. And we have a very high quality of education, and our teachers do a great job, so we want to make sure that we'll continue to foster that.
I was wondering if we could have an update on the staffing for the Fulham School, because there's rural schools and you've hired some new teachers, or any of those for the Fulham School?
At this time, we are still recruiting one full-time position at Fulham and one part-time position at Fulham.
Any other questions? Steve?
The question is regarding the temporary contracts. Would it be possible then to offer someone a temporary contract within a zone that then it's a commitment on, from the division, but a commitment to the individual, but then if that contract is long enough, they could access that professional development money? Because I know there's a time period minimum required for them to if that's possible.
Yeah, they can, and there is time stipulation you can access those funds. I think the first part of your question talks about potentially moving from a temp to a pro or continuous, or no, just accessing funds.
My question is more like when a teacher is assigned to a school for the day, their assignment can change during the day, depending on what the principal chooses. So, but then if the division has a contract with a temporary teacher, they may not be needed at one school this week. They might be needed at another school. I'm just curious if that's at all a management possibility, just because I know that in the smaller communities, they don't always need that body in that one place.
Yeah, and we do work with that around dedicated substitutes that you're talking about, and so that is some flexibility on the school too.
Our substitute teachers do have access to professional funds as well, so they can reach out to the ATA, Professional Growth Committee, and find out how they can access that as well.
Any other questions, trustees? All right, well, thank you, Sarah and Venus for that update. And we are now going on to learning services. Yes.
Thank you, Board Chair. It is my pleasure to introduce everyone who you've met him already, but I invite Mr. Fragomeni, Teacher Consultant of Learning Services, just to give you a little bit more information about summer school, as Adam was the principal of summer school this year.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer. I was the privileged principal in summer school and a coordinator of work experience and RAP throughout the summer months. Summer school was a huge success, offering 33 student registrations in career and life management. We had 32 students complete the intensive coursework offered through virtual Google Meets from 8:30 to 2:30 each day. That started July 4th to July 15th. So it's 9 days of intensive classes. And one student was unable to commit to that intensive rigorous schedule in terms of attendance concerns. Of the 33 students who started and 32 that finished, we had summer school registrants from 3 of our 5 zone high schools. So we had 23 Parkland High School students registered. We had 7 from Grand Cache and 4 from Perry College. The breakdown of those 32 students, or 33 starting students, was 15 males and 18 females in the course. Moving on to summer work experience and RAP students, which ran from July 4th till last Friday, August 19th. There were 14 registered students. You met one of our more proud ones today, in Keaton Morley. I'll get to him a little bit later. We had 11 males and 3 females. For the 3 females, we had types of work, auto detailing, coffee shop, adult supportive living assistant. For males, we had employers of carpentry, sheet metal, automotive mechanics, plumbing, general construction, 2 heavy-duty mechanics, and a student in digital communications, and 1 in the service industry. Keaton was here on site, which was an easy site visitation for myself when I would come into Edson. I guess I should also note that the students were, 14 students were from Parkland for the summer work experience. We had everywhere from Knighton Junction with an automotive shop all the way to Obed, where there was a crushing plant that students were working through. And locally, we had Keaton who worked here in our transportation. There's a couple highlights with Keaton. He had a perfect attendance record over his 4 weeks of employment with us. He had a perfect employer evaluation. So each week, students submitted timesheets and that include employer evaluations. He had a 5 out of 5 each week from the site foreman. And I am extremely proud of his work that he did, and we very much look forward to offering transportation as a service for summer work experience students in the future. I'd like to offer now if you have any questions about our summer educational program.
Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. In the past, we used to do, you know, if there's papers, we would do a thank you ad in the paper, thanking all these businesses that have opened up their doors so that our students could come in and do their work experience. And also with the RAP program, to thank businesses that are stepping forward with providing expertise and their time. Is that something that we could ever look about doing again? Because it showcases our community members.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Caputo. That is usually initiated by our high schools where those students are registered. And it would recognize the ones in work experience and RAP as well. And it's certainly something that I can follow up on and see if schools have plans to do that.
And one final thing, one of the final projects that students do with summer work experience is a thank you letter to their employer. It's a part of the program, so their employers have gained a thank you letter right from the employee or from the summer work experience student, but yeah, absolutely.
I really support the work experience programs, and I had the pleasure of talking with one of the employers actually. And the only comment that they offered was that if the comments and returns could be digital instead of paper, because within the melee of everything they do, one piece of paper on the bottom, on the floorboards of their truck, amongst running a job worth lots. It's, their employees are important to them, and they really did appreciate the candidate that they had with them, and the pleasure to pass on their knowledge to them and to encourage them in their careers. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Trustee Delisle. We'll certainly take note of that, and there are some employers that would prefer to do the digital version, and so thank you for that. And I think it will be something we'll look at doing a hybrid of, because we still have some who'd rather sign, but thank you. We will look to accommodating that moving forward.
I just have a question. So of the 3 females, did any of them want to go into more of a male-dominated area? Because they did detailing, coffee shop, and personal care. But did any of them want to try and trade?
Thanks for the question. What ends up happening with this summer work experience is of the 14 students, 9 were continuing. Whether they were a RAP student or a work experience student that were continuing from Parkland's program in semester 2. So from my knowledge, this is 2 of the 3 wonderful ladies that were involved in the program were continuing with previous employment and continuing to gain experience hours throughout the summer. And the other one, with the supported living, the program started in July for her. So not to my knowledge, I guess, to answer your question to the best of my ability, that they wanted to move into others. And again, I was given a lot of the program with the 14 students from the interest that was garnered in Parkland through semester 2.
Thank you. Any other questions? I was just curious with the social studies, there were 3 participants in part A and 4 in part B.
I can speak to that if you would like, Chairperson Carplex. So there are opportunities for students who would like to improve that part B, which is multiple choice. And so they already have a mark from part A, and they may have missed part B when it was written in June. And so that would be them as a rewrite. We also had, and it's not listed here, but Mr. Stephen Ripkins was our supervisor, the principal on site at Parkland, the location. And we also had one student who was an adult who wrote the exam, and I believe that was the English part A and one of the participants of part B.
Thank you. Any other questions, trustees? Thank you very much. Trustee Fowler.
Okay, this is not. Okay, I'll continue. Okay, just a couple of things in this report here that I'm just interested in for more clarification. First of all, new curriculum, sports, how's that going? For the K-3. Also, too, the new provincially mandated literacy and numeracy screens for grade 1s to 3. What is the process with that? Also, I was also interested, and I know that they still do some of the PATs, Did they bring back the grade 3 at all, or is that not going to be happening? Just question. And preparation of the new non-fiction 3R screens, is that division or is it provincial?
Perfect, so if you don't mind, Trustee Fowler, I'll start with your first question.
Okay.
Which was a question about the new curriculum implementation. So what we had provided in June was a curriculum implementation handbook to every one of our schools that have K-3 in them. And they shared them with their teachers, what it included, and that was the Learning Services team, Jennifer Albright and also Adam Fragamenti, who took the lead on that for Learning Services. And it did the comparison of the old and now what is the implemented curriculums. It also had digital resources, videos, things that they could access. And so that was given to the schools in June. Our work in Learning Services is to continue to support, and we will be looking primarily at resources because we did receive, or we will be receiving some funding for curriculum resources for K-3 English Language Arts, math, physical education, and wellness. But in this school year, we need to now support social studies, science, K-3, and we also need to support all of the subjects 4, 5, and 6. So we have the same work to do, but now we are going to be including, we are not, we're not piloting any because we know the work to do with being prepared for everyone with the 4, 5, 6, and the subjects that are not currently implemented for K-3. Does that answer your question about curriculum?
That's a lot of work.
Okay. In terms of the mandated, Alberta Education mandated screening, last year we were given a one-time intervention grant for students in grades 1, 2, and 3. And they were chosen and our funding was provided based on the screening that was done that categorized them at risk. So that money was used in our schools. For example, Jasper Elementary, they actually hired or increased additional EA time to help the teachers while there was intervention programs happening. So each of our schools, dependent upon the number of at-risk students, received that. This year, it is across the province that beginning this year, every student, grade 1, 2, and 3, will be asked, and we will be screening every student 1, 2, and 3 with the government-approved screening tools. So those are the ones they've approved. We were hoping to see some additional ones added to the approval list. Colleagues across the province in similar role to many people requested and put in an application to have them approved, but we do not have some of the ones that we know are very valuable screens implemented as approved ones. So we will be screening 1, 2, and 3, which is mandatory. But we also have attached to that is an additional one-time, from our understanding, intervention grant to continue the intervention work with students who were last year 1, 2, 3, who are this year 2, 3, 4. Okay. And we will have to screen the grade 4s to see who is at risk, who was at risk in June, so that we can apply for extra funding to, have a second year to support those at-risk students. PATs at this time, last year they were hoping to have them in place. I do not have any current information about the grade 3 PATs at this point. Nothing that has come through from Alberta Education currently. My prediction would be that it may not be ready this year based on the work with curriculum, but I certainly can't speak to that, but nothing that we are aware of at this time. The work on nonfiction 3Rs. So we learned a little bit, it's our division screen, and it's really reading comprehension in terms of can students retell, can they reflect on what they've read, and can they relate to it in a different way? And so we did, we have 2 different screens now completed as a pilot for fiction, a fall screening for fiction and a spring screening for fiction. And what we have done now is we want to address non-fictional informational text. So we will be having our first, it's almost complete, that the schools will have that for the screening. And it will be done for the first time. We won't have exemplars, but we will then get samples from the schools to build an exemplar package. And then we will do the non-fiction informational assessment or screening to see where our students are at in this rate.
Sounds great, because yeah, that comprehension, it always comes up every year, it's comprehension, understanding. I'm glad there's some new money, some grants you can apply for, and obviously no more money to continue on with some of the grade 1 assessments. So you're on your own now.
That's correct. Last year when we screened grade 1 through 3,
yeah,
we were provided some sub-days for the literacy screens. This year, there is no funding for any of the school divisions in the province of Alberta for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for learning services. Thank you. Mr. President. And last but not least, we have communications and special projects, Ms. Gales.
Hello. I think we have a breakdown of some of the projects that we did over the summer. So I won't go through them word for word, but if you have any questions, I know when I was writing it, for example, I wrote down one bullet, calendar, and it makes it look like, oh, that was one little thing, but it actually takes quite a lot of work to put that together. And of course, I was doing some wrap up of the retirement, and of course, they're cleaning up the last year as well as preparing up for this year. So our welcome back to school ads, some promotional items that were going, something that came up earlier regarding transportation and safety. I believe it was Trustee Caputo that asked about safety messages. That's coming up on the radio as well. We always do that back to school, just reminding drivers, for example, hey, have a great summer, but don't forget our precious ones are going to be on the road. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to help, and we're going to be getting ready with our good news stories again. Those will be coming up, so I hope you look forward to them as much as we do writing them.
Ms. Giltz, any questions, trustees?
I was just wondering, how are the long service awards happening this year?
Thank you. Yes, so the Long Service Awards, as we have an online portal. It's the same as with the retirement. They get a different selection of gifts. So a recipient will select their gift, and it actually gets mailed to their home. And then they get recognized in the long service program, as well as the PowerPoint that will happen at kickoff.
Mr. Caputo?
When would the calendars be up? The kids on the first day of school would have them? Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually hoping that they were going to show up today so I could flash them today during my presentation. But they're actually still on the truck. So I'm hoping to get them tomorrow. And thanks to Mr. Orge, he has volunteered his drivers to deliver them to the schools for us. So they'll be there, if not by Friday, then early next week. So very excited about that.
And you also do year-end budget reviews?
So what that means is that I look at the communications budget. We have a small budget for different things, making sure that we're fiscally responsible within that. And also I've been helping because Director Van Eck is new and Dr. Harding has asked me to help with the transportation budget as well. So I've been just going through that and taking a look and making some suggestions. So very exciting for my PD, and I thank Superintendent Lewis for offering me that opportunity. I've kind of looked after the communications budget for a number of years, as you may well know, and this has expanded my my development as well, and I've thoroughly enjoyed helping out in the transportation area as well.
Thank you. Trustee Keller?
It's not a question, just a comment, that at the last, public school board, council meeting, that, the PSBA executive director, Troy Tate, was again, claiming about the wonderful, good news stories and our communications team from Grand Yellowhead Public School Division. And in fact, when they were talking about this, he came up to me with the microphone and he said, I want you to tell everybody else. I mean, they've heard about it, but I want you to talk about it again. So very briefly again, so you're becoming very famous and well known. And to thank you again for all the work that you do, and because quite a number of those school divisions do not have a communications team. And so well done. So you are talked about.
Well, it's nice to hear that we're talked about in a good way. And I also want to say thank you so much to the board for, I've been with Grand Yellowhead, as many of you know, for a number of years. And I thoroughly enjoy the job. I feel very passionate about it. And I really want to thank the superintendency team for the support and able to do all those things, because one of the things that I think that we're kind of multi-purpose in communications and public relations is we protect. So in other words, protecting the reputation of the division and the board and the superintendency, but also promote, right? So we have so many wonderful things that happen across the division. And how do we promote that? Because we all tend to be shy, or if you talk to a principal or a teacher about something that's happening in the school, and they're going, oh yeah, that's just what we do, or that's every day. And we're like, no, this is wonderful, let's share. So the idea behind the good news stories was that deliberate promotion and across the division, but also aligning the board's 3 priorities, which is, I'm sure you note that we put that in there every time. How is it related to the priorities? So again, promoting not only what's happening in the schools, but also aligning with what the board's priorities are. So thank you very much, and thank you for your kind words for sharing that.
And he also said too, he really enjoys receiving the news stories and the key reports, because they are sent to him.
Awesome.
And shares them.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments? Hearing the skills.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to all of you.
Board Chair, there's one that's not on the agenda. It should have been, and it's just a little presentation from our inclusion director.
Okay.
If I might.
Thank you. So, within my profile, I've got a couple of different categories of subsets of things that I work on throughout. Not only do I work on specialized supports for kids and working with the school teams in regarding that, but I also work with teams in regards to mental health supports. And much like Nikki talks about the whole aspect of promoting and protecting, in the same way, we do a lot of proactive work, but we also do a lot of reactive work, right? So I'm always trying to balance, how are we responding to the immediate needs of kids, and how are we proactively supporting our teams or preparing our teams so they can effectively be there and training our kids to be as effective as possible in social skills, how to manage one another, and emotional regulation, so on and so forth. So, the major teams that I work with are the learning support teachers in each school. We have best coaches. We have 4 of them. That's all grant money that is connected to, that comes through the bringing empowering students together. We have 4 different best coaches that we work with. There are 3 that are in place currently. 1 is just finishing now, and then I'll be hiring for the Hinton Jasper area shortly. So we'll have 4 that will be distributed across the division. And then I have family school liaisons that are positioned throughout the division. The amount of time that they have in the school has to do with the population of school, but also the needs within the school. So some schools do have a full-time FSLC, and some schools will have a part-time FSLC based on their needs. The intent of this is that this approach is a tiered approach to intervention, where we give pointed interventions with family liaisons one-on-one. We give opportunity for group work, which I want to be able to push into more now that we have a lot of these restrictions that are pulling back. But we also have class-based interventions that come in connected to our health classes through the BEST program. The other thing that's really exciting this year is that a couple of years ago, we were actually given the opportunity to have grant funding to bring Dare to Care into our school division. Now, as a result of COVID, we actually had to put that back for 2 years. So now we're in a position to be able to push that back into our school division as well. So we're on the early phases of what that's going to look like. So I'm just kind of starting to dip my toe in the water and bring in Dare to Care in as well. Now, one of the things, because this is really on the forefront, that I'm hoping to do this year is really bring quarterly reports to you guys in regards to what's happening for our wellness and the care of our kids throughout our division, and even have principals come and talk about what that looks like in their school. Because it's one thing for me to be able to put the people in place, support the people, lead the people, train the people, but then when they get into the school, it gets its own special little, twist on it, depending on the culture of the school, depending on the leaders in the school needs, so on and so forth. So I want to be able to have principals from the division come forward and be able to highlight their work as well, so you can see what this end of work, how that then trickles down into the school, how we bring it to life.
Yes. Any questions, trustees? All right, well, great work to all of you, and thank you for the reports and bringing us up to speed. You're in good hands.
Board Chair,
Yes.
I feel blessed every day. I think you can see what an amazing team I have and what expertise and thoughtfulness and creativity they bring to the table to serve our division. Very excited about school starting. I know I've said it, but I am.
Thank you. 9.7, revision to committee of board representation on policy committee.
Yes, and this is just because it took place in a public meeting. It doesn't require an action item, but it's an acknowledgement of the committee for policy that the members are Trustee Boblik, Trustee Pettit, and Trustee Caputo, and the alternate is Chairperson Karpluk. And that just needed to be stated and corrected in a public meeting.
And as well, 9.8, ad hoc committee, review of board policy and current GYPSD mental health and wellness supports.
And I'll turn this over to Dr. Hardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis, and this perfectly matches up and emphasizes the work that our inclusive team is doing as well. So it's my understanding that a few governments ago, there was initiative funds that came, it was a cross-staff initiative that no longer exists, and that there was a policy in the past that no longer exists. And Trustee Pettit brought up a request as well in the board, I think it was a board goal. I believe it was a board goal.
It's a committee of the board.
Yeah.
So in the policy and committees of the board, there was a health and wellness committee based on government funding, and that provided release to teachers, and 2 trustees sat on that committee. And with government funds, they then initiated activities that would highlight and promote health and wellness in each of our schools. When the government rescinded that funding or stopped that funding, then the committee no longer existed. But I'm very appreciative of the fact, and I'm very thankful that our trustee Pettit from Edson has a deep interest and commitment to health and wellness, and raised at our special meeting that she would like to have that policy reinstituted, understanding that there's no government funding, but that this is one way where the board could, especially coming out of COVID, supports transitions in schools for kids, physically, mentally, socially, spiritually. And as such, Trustee Pettit, we discussed this over the summer, and we thought that an effective way, I'm gonna tag over to
Yes.
you,
Yes.
is to develop an ad hoc committee, so tag.
Thank you for that. So the ad hoc committee framework, much like a case study, gives us a space to look at a new issue, a new challenge, and in this case, it gives a space, an opportunity to review the board's policy. It's slated to have a good, thorough review regardless. It's coming up in the timing. But it also is an amazing opportunity to look at all of the new initiatives and supports that have evolved, grown up, and become part of our operational practices since that committee originally existed. There are also significant contributions that are going to come from our HR perspective, which will bring in some of the new things that are just available, that weren't in the past, available to all staff. So the space that we're looking at today, just bringing this as an informational piece to the board, is that we suggest that the board look at an ad hoc committee structure, and that part of the review process, look at the board policy, look at how it can be revamped, brought up, evolved to where we are now. Also in terms of, I think, just societal awareness of the importance of the different kinds of health aspects there are to our students and to our staff. And also to integrate the new awareness into policy and how that aligns with actionable things that we are already doing and maybe places for advocacy.
If I might, Board Chair, there is a Pan-Canadian conference on wellness coming out of COVID. Trustee Pettit is joining myself and some of our team members who will be attending that conference. And so it was my thinking, of course, this is just an information item right now. In our September meeting, we can bring it as an action item. Is the idea that an ad hoc committee could be struck. Ad hoc means you create a committee, when the work is done, the committee is dissolved. So there's a freedom there that is very nice and flexible. In the interim, in moving forward to a board motion in September, some conversation could take place with the board virtually around the parameters of the ad hoc, who would sit on it, what is their goals, and we will bring it to the September meeting as an action item. If the board approves, then we would proceed.
Trustee Bennett?
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis, for continuing to ponder how we're going to make this work with health and wellness. And I know this division does an amazing job with their students and our staff, and this ad hoc committee, if established and approved by the board, will just enhance that, and we're just going to look for ways in how we can improve. So I look forward to being part of that.
I'd say too, Trustee Pettit, is you have 3 children in our school division, and you know, all of our board members have children, some in the division, some grown now, but that you know, as a parent as well as a trustee, the importance of our students' mental well-being, physical, social, and spiritual well-being, and how can our board contribute to the continued work and expand on it is really exciting. So, thank you, board.
Okay, so we'll look forward to an action item on the next board.
Yes.
All right, on to trustee committee reports. Board policy committee. Isn't that yet?
No, I as superintendent will have to call the meetings. As this is our first meeting, we just got our toe in the water. I will be calling meetings a little later in September and into October. And at that time, board chairs will be established, so on and so forth.
A recognition of employees. Same thing.
Yes.
And so board planning center.
Of course.
We did have a meeting in July. So it will be held in Grand Cache at the Grand Cache Tourism and Interpretive Center on October 25th to 25th. The facilitator we're really pleased to announce is Mr. Todd Brand, who's a professional registered parliamentarian and an expert in meeting roles with a background in organizational leadership. And he is also a trustee from our community school division. So we're looking forward to having him join us.
Board negotiations committee, that we haven't met yet.
If I might, Board Chair?
Yes.
So we have an invitation to negotiate with the ATA, and provincial ATA has reached out to us that Mr. Nicholson is my appointed coordinator and lead of negotiations. The trustees who are on that committee will be informed when we enter into a date. Ms. Janet Money, our negotiator, will be part of that negotiation. We have not received a date yet for QP, but that will be forthcoming as well.
PSBAA. Mr. Ballard.
Okay, I do have a short report. In August, there was a public school board meeting, and two trustees were present, and three were online. There was a professional learning on the 11th on trends and issues of the K-12 education, facilitated by Dennis McNeil, President, and Troy Tate, Executive Director and CEO. There was quick discussions on key drivers of change, implications for our members, implications for our organization. Topics are key demographic trends, key political trends, key legislation regularity trends, key business economic trends. The groups recorded their results and they are shared, and which will be further discussed at the November Public School Board meeting. PSBA strategic planning, the next was with the Catherine Keel, and questions asked were where we want the organization to be in the future, but how do we get there? And so once again, she led us through the group discussions. They were recorded, and this will also be continued on in the November meeting. The business meeting package was provided for trustees in attendance in person or on Zoom. Public School Board Council meeting highlights, August the 12th, were received from Troy Tate, Executive Director, and forwarded to the trustees. So I got those highlights in about 2 days or the next day after our meetings, and I emailed them on to the rest of the team. I want to also 2022, the fall conference, October the 12th to the 14th. And if you go onto the website, registration is open on the website now. So all trustees, if you're going to be going, you need to register. Accommodation is done in block. Yes, Superintendent Lewis.
So our fabulous Ms. Brooke has already booked your rooms for you.
So I would say to you, if you are not going, please let Katie know, because those books are sitting for this conference. We generally do have it done in block, and I know because I emailed Katie and she said it's already done. So that was wonderful. Okay, there's a rescheduled date, September the 23rd, Understanding Bias to Unleash Potential, Franklin Cully. I believe if you have had registered for the last one, you do not need to be registered. I did re-register for both, so I don't know whether I'll be down as one or two. Yeah, that's right. And I just wanted to read out once again. I'm always trying to plug in here, Public School Board Association of Alberta, our mission statement. We champion inclusive public education with locally elected school boards who are dedicated to student success. So, thank you all, and it was a great meeting, and there'll be more to come, of course, from the next meeting, and the budget was introduced, but that will not be, we'll be looking at that in the fall. And at the moment, just that we are aware there are no increased fees. Okay, submit my report.
Thank you, Trustee Fowler. And zone 2-3, we have not met yet, so I don't have a report. Future business, open to the public, our meeting on September 21st. And close to the public, we leave the roll. Any notices of motion? The ad hoc. And any future agenda items? Okay, and nothing in camera. Public sector compensation,